鉴于上一次开台的时候没有录到画面，我就重玩一次这个游戏。
That's the little boat we used to cross. It's the only way on.
What a comforting thought.
唯一能上岛的途径。
It's a bird bath. Is that just rainwater? Looks a little weird.
The birds seem to like it.
They're even singing a little tune.
Please don't do that.
这里看起来很像个蛋形，一个破掉的蛋形。整个世界都环绕在蛋的日本。
It's a garden, I think.
We could.
Ready when you are.
Mountains.
Nope. They're too steep and too smooth to be mountains. They're more like cliffs.
Whatever they are, they go all the way around the lake. What?
Wind chimes. Silent. Wooden wind chime.
It's just like
Too
walking.
late.
You ready, Sal?
Grimore, I've been standing.
Just checking.
Do you have the map?
Yeah, but it's basically blank. Did you read the case file?
I'm not sure yet. Did you read it?
Yeah, I'll read it on the way to the crime scene.
好，谋杀案的受害者维雷亚·菲隆，在为弗罗拉绘制肖像画时死去。弗罗拉在场，维雷亚的被肖像平躺在地，胸口有一处刺伤。现场没发现凶器，但弗雷亚未完成的画作中，主人公拿着一把刀，刀尖上的红色液体不是颜料，是血。两座塔都称为 Tangle Tower， 湖水是一种不寻常的混合色，四周陡峭苍白的悬崖包围，崖壁又陡又滑，爬不上去。目前是菲罗家族人 Point 家族的居住地。
The ground's moist. Wonder how often it rains here.
I cannot believe how exciting this murder must be.
这个地点。花园啊
It's full of the same weird water.
Any fish in there?
Not a single. Although there is some.
It's a cassette tape. Or it used to be.
卡带被水冻坏了，标签上的文字我模糊不清。之后应该会播到。
Spooky. What do you think it's for?
Spooky.
I think it's to scare away detectives.
Is it working?
No. It's a statue of some hideous, scaly...
Playing a harp.
Playing a harp. Hang on a second. This isn't just a regular statue, is it?
Something tells me we're not going to solve this just yet.
看来是可以转的。准备吧。
Let's come back. It must do.
You'd hope so, wouldn't you?
这古老宝金双双手持下大竖琴的两栖动物雕像，这可能是他们房间的格局。总之，我们先留着。
This is some
Do the
doll.
plants all look a little strange?
It's a stone carving.
I think it's supposed to. It's an egg.
是蛋。
What animal?
Hawk. Bear. Lizard.
Right, of course. A hawk, bear, lizard.
It's a bandstand.
It's small for a band.
It's a one-man bandstand.
One man
It's
band.
quiet.
Mm-hmm.
You're supposed to say, too quiet?
It's not. It's an appropriate amount of quiet.
It's quiet.
It's not. It's an appropriate amount of quiet.
It's a path leads up to the house, I assume.
蘑菇
This is some
Do the
doll.
plants all look a little strange?
会吗？还好吧，现在还蛮正常的。
It's full of the same
Any
weird...
fish in there?
Not a single... Although there
It's a
is...
cassette. Or it used to be.
不要再看了，我不要再看了。啊！哇，应该都这样。Tangle Tour，
Oh.
What?
Oh. There's
Oh, yeah. Tangle Tour.
tour. Oh.
What?
Oh,
Tangle.
tour.
Little bird feeders.
How do you know they're for birds?
Looks like someone tried to chop it down, but then gave up.
Can you blame them?
Why build a house?
I'm sure they had their reasons.
Why build a house?
I'm sure they had their reasons. It's red, but I don't think it's painted. It's just
用
red.
红木做成的楼梯。
Oh, that means we can
I'm
just.
pretty sure that's the rule, yeah.
Should we ring?
Why would we not? It's a little melody. Do you think he'll start to move if we try?
No, I think he'll just silently jump.
那是个 R，
Is that an
有
envelope?
信。
It's been opened, but the letters. Let's read it.
Isn't that?
No, definitely.
信封被撕开了，里面只有一封信，密码画在另一张纸上，寄出之后就赶紧销毁掉。你说的我不同意，你去那下面是找不到的。好，那就这边嘛。
A path leading towards the stones.
Which one do you think came first?
Age-old question.
Let's head to the crime. It's at the top of the west
哦，
tower.
笑死，还是要上去。大厅，
Sally, check those plants for clues.
Is soil a clue? We should try and be Finnish pressure.
What
I
is?
think
看
it's
起
a
来是
family
家族
tree.
族谱，没错。还有三大家族 ，Barrow、雷明顿跟 Pointer。R 的话，外面那个木雕的 R 应该代表这里的雷明顿。死者是 Freya，
Freya
The
Fellow.
murder victim.
She's barely related to the main family at all.
他已经没有那个瓜葛了。哦，是被画的佛罗拉吗？
Flora
I
Remy.
think she's mentioned in our case file.
然后再是，然后就没了。
This one has a big P.
That's-
How very perceptive of you.
It's a big glass tube.
There are weeds in there. And
It's an
sand.
aquarium?
Could be. Anymore.
杂草跟沙子。
Stairs.
很希望你直接到犯罪现场。弗罗拉塔，
There it is. The unfinished portrait.
So, what? Freya was killed halfway through painting it.
Looks that way.
弗罗雷亚无法完成这幅画，因为他在做好过的词。好，弗罗拉似乎会有一把刀，我们发现刀尖上红色物质是血。
I wonder if all of Freya's paintings are this creepy. Maybe it's just because she never got to finish it.
There's something wrong with the crime scene. And something really weird about the murder weapon.
We didn't find a murder weapon.
没找到任何凶器。弗雷亚的死法很奇怪，弗拉肖幻画拿着一把刀，电钻弹着血，因为他刺杀了弗雷亚。
Flora's portrait is holding a knife tipped with blood because it stabbed Freya.
在
What?
夸小，
Weird, huh?
You think Freya was stabbed by a painting? Not by the woman from the painting, but by the painting itself.
Mm-hmm. Freya was standing right up by the canvas when she was killed. There's blood on the knife. It's the murder weapon.
Right, but it's not actually a knife. It can't stab.
See any other knives around here?
这没错
The。case is not closed. And even if you were right, where does that leave us? A painting can't be a murder suspect.
The outline of Freya Fellow. There's a single patch of blood. No real
That's
sign-
weird.
What?
Her feet were right up by the canvas,
So?
so she was probably standing really close to the canvas when she
Let's
fell.
check the case file again.
平躺在地，直接往后倒。
Supposedly, Freya looks like she was still.
Didn't even get a chance to clean her brush.
最大的是中间那坨黑颜料啊，画笔上能沾至干掉的红颜料。
Freya's painting supplies.
玻璃罐的一边都裂开。
Freya's painting supplies.
哎，我不要再看。你玩过第一次，但是我还是会再看。
It's so dark back.
Somehow, the sunlight doesn't seem to be making it very far into the room. Is that a
I think so, except it's got a tape deck instead of a turntable.
It's also got a big crack down the middle.
留声机
What about the cassette tape?
Yeah, it sure is. Pink.
给弗雷亚裂开了卡带。
Do you think it still works?
The gramophone? Yeah, we could give it a go.
Try. 先从
It's piano music.
这是一段钢琴曲的录音，播放时间不长。其实蛮长的。好，我们听下一个。怎么听起来怪怪的？
Weird.
有人在唱歌，
Someone humming a tune.
这是一个人在户外散步的录音，可以听到失真的哼唱声。Right。有什么可以调查的呢？
A bunch of old books covered in dust now, but they look well read.
然后再问他，
Is that an egg? An egg with bird feet.
It's also covered in what a
gems?
completely ordinary object.
I think it's a container for something.
Those gems look like they come off.
好，看来要解谜了。长圆短สั้，从粗的开始解，长、绿、短、红。长红短蓝。 还是细的，两个一样的，这个还是长黄短紫，对，短紫。哦，这个最后的话，倒过来。
That's the one.
Hey, not bad. Did it unlock? What's in there?
Nothing.
什么都没有。
Nothing.
Well, I'm not leaving
And-
without an empty egg as a clue, right?
它目前是空的，但内部铺着一层天鹅绒材质的柔软材料。木板，
We're at the top of the
I
tower.
think so.
Doesn't matter. It's nothing. A little pot plant.
It's the only plant in the entire room.
整个房间里唯一的植物，
That's the only door in
进
and
出房
out.
间唯一的门。
Sure is. Guessing it's not.
你好啊，
Flora Philo?
Hey, sorry to barge in. I'm sure you're still in some distress.
We need to ask you a few questions, I'm
Did
afraid.
you witness the murder, Flora?
Nothing. What do we do?
Not sure. She's entitled to her silence, I suppose.
For now.
看着他还沉浸在悲伤当中啊。
Is there anything you'd like to tell us? I don't really know anything about
I
you.
think that's the way she likes it. We'll just have to ask other people.
Yeah, okay.
Freya was painting your portrait yesterday. Is that right?
Was this something you had planned with her ahead of time?
Was there something special?
Did you talk to Freya at all while she was painting?
She's not going to answer us, is she?
Nope. But at least we can say we tried.
公
Flora, you were
子
definitely in the room at the time of the murder. Surely
是
you must have
最
seen
靠近
something.
犯罪现场的。
Can you tell me anything about what happened to Freya?
Fuck.
She's acting pretty suspicious.
I don't know. Maybe she really doesn't
How
know.
is that possible?
好吧，打不开。他
Anything
自
we should know?
己
Any hobby besides staring?
Yeah.
Were you close with Freya? How are you two related? Did you kill Freya?
Grimoire.
What? I don't even...
Oh, she's listening.
这么多要问哦。等一下问好了，反正应该答案都是一样。
That's the only door
It's
in...
also
Sure is.
要去其他地方找找看。工作室，
It's Earth.
if Earth was made of paper and gave off
等一下再问他。
a lot of redundant light sources in here.
Puffer?
Yes, it's also a lamp.
That's a
Do you
massive...
think this? I hope so. It's a magic lamp. Can we summon the
If we
genie?
get really stuck, sure.
You get a good view of the lake from here. Shelf junk.
Shelf Jack，
And oh...
Probably cursed. The entire room.
Oh, it's not just made. I think it's the actual hull of a ship.
一个船做出来的房间。
What is
He's an imp.
What does he...
Well, if you tell.
Oh. It's a barometer, but it's broken.
I've never seen a barometer that wasn't broken.
A pencil drawing of a mountain on a moonlit night.
Mood. The entire room is.
Oh, it's not just... I think it's the actual hull.
The entire
Oh, it's
room.
not... It's the actual hull. More maps.
更多地方
No, they're just blank.
Oh.
都是白的。
A little hand-painted
How
statue.
can you tell it's hand-painted?
Well, the paints are right there on the Also, I mean, no offense, but you can just tell.
一个持剑人的木雕，这个模型手绘的，但饮料运动不丛林。你在附近发现了黄色、蓝色、黑色和白色饮料。那请问这个红色是怎么来的呢？
Nice. A real treasure.
How do you know this treasure?
Why else would it be locked? Plus, there's a treasure map hanging directly above it. What's the deal with that painting?
Not sure. We should check that treasure map too.
寻宝喽！但已经解过一次，但我还是觉得这个很像是常人看到第一眼就觉得好像是这个地方，但不是，他看的是这个。他有眼睛，眼睛。啊，这边就是 H6 嘛 ，H6 往西看这样子，然后这棵树，然后右边有山，左边有龙，对。H6西，
I did it. What do I win?
Not bad. What was in the box?
More what? These are a little different to the one on the desk.
一个类似绿发小孩的模型，这个到底是什么？像绿啊，这个黄吧？应该弗雷亚，灰发女人的模型，她老妈是那个什么？另外一个家族的那个老妈，然后类似红白相间鸟的造型，不知道什么，类似宽肩男子的模型，应该是他自己那个刚才在那边睡觉的。木质模型手绘的颜色料涂的不好，旁边放着一罐红颜料和一支画笔，画笔上有一些干掉的红颜料。OK， 应该没什么东西可以点吧？
A map.
That's a very boring way to describe a treasure.
啊，进来。
Sir? Can you hear me? I'm Private Detective Grimoire. I have some questions for you.
Grimoire. Good mysterious name. I'd rather like it. Felix Fellow at your beck and call.
And, this is my colleague, Sally.
Yeah, that's a perfectly good name as well.
Thanks.
If you would, Mr. Fellow, we really need to ask you about the murder.
Well, I must say I'm rather jealous of you two.
Oh, yeah? Why's that?
out here solving mysteries, exploring new places, uncovering secret rooms, hidden treasures. That's what life is all about.
Secret rooms?
Generally speaking, that sort of thing.
你自己
So, Felix, what exactly do you...
Is it not obvious? Explorer slash...
We're talking like curse statues, spike pits.
I've certainly seen my share of danger, if that's what you
And, if I may ask...
You listen here. I may be
大业种
between, but it's simply not in my nature. I go wherever
Don't
the...
you live here with your wife and daughter?
Yes, well, the fellow with the floral...
Nothing wrong with raising a family, Mr. Fellow.
Don't misunderstand me. They are the greatest treasure of all.
Uh-huh.
昨天发生什么
Why
事
on earth would you want to know about
The
that?
murder of Freya Fellow.
Ah, right, nasty. I regret that I can't...
Hear that, Grimoire? We're
It's
done.
a simple question, Felix. I'm sure you're up to it.
Well, there's not much to tell. Mostly, I was in my room by myself, working on Flora's, working on a project.
Your room is quite close to Flora's tower. You didn't hear anything unusual?
What qualifies as unusual?
What have you got?
It was
供词
dusk. A feeling lingered in the air. Malevolent, perhaps. Uncertain, as life itself.
Abridged version, please.
Right, fine. I heard someone heading down the stairs, just outside my room.
一个人
The
往下
footsteps
走
were calm,
平静有序
orderly, so I thought nothing of it. Shortly afterward, I heard a second set of footsteps
有个人从房间
going
走
the
下
same
来
way. This time I could tell just from the sound that something was wrong. So I looked out into the hallway. I got a glimpse of Poppy disappearing down the staircase to the
其中
floor
一个人
below. Didn't know what to make of it,
叫
to be
Poppy
honest. I thought perhaps she'd had a disagreement with Fitz, as I know those two are close. So I looked into his room, just in case, but it was empty, as was the garden beyond his window. Back in the
所以旁边
hallway,
房间是空的
I bumped into
花园
a
也是
very concerned-looking Penelope. She was heading up Fellow Tower to find Professor Pointer, so I escorted her. We went into Flora's room. Poor Freya was laying on the floor. Fiona, Poppy, Fitz, and Pointer were there already. Flora, too, of course. Soon enough, everyone else made their excuses and left.
Including you?
Not I. I stayed. Flora needed me.
所以 Poppy 走下去之后 Felix 上去又看到了 Poppy
You're the one currently
Let's move on.
Dearest Flora, a remarkable woman.
You two still get on?
结婚20
Of
多年
course.
She hasn't gone quiet.
It's true, she has she's the youngest of three. Always something of a lone wolf. Just the way she...
Lone wolf is putting it lightly.
She just likes time to herself.
Other humans?
Well, yes. Uncommonly skilled. She helped me get started with my own. Taught me what she knew about tremendous patience. She was ever so good with dear...
Freya and Flora will...
Oh, yes, especially...
How are you related to Freya?
Somewhat distantly, as it happened. My father, Lord Fellow, was her grandfather. Technically, that makes her a... Let's just say, there was some discussion. There's a family tree.
What about her inheritance?
Freya's parents died when she came to live here shortly
Nobody left her a
after. I'm afraid not. She had no... I've been carving for a couple of years. I was hopeless when I started, but it didn't take me long to master it.
Do you paint them yourself too?
I do indeed. Nowadays, I can make just about... Of course, this particular model is a
这是事实绘制的自画像
hard fact.
Hard fact, huh? So, you own a sword, Felix?
Of course, I own a great many. But my weapons are stored well away from Tangle Tower. Safety first and all that.
回来了，彩绘模型。
I found it. What do you think, huh? I had to rush the final touches a little bit. It turned out all right, though.
What's it supposed to be?
It's Flora, of course, surrounded by all her favorite people.
我讲的真屌喵。
Does Flora normally keep something?
She must do.
Why not just ask her?
I feel like if it's because they don't want to be asked about it.
不想要有人问起这个东西。
That looks like it might belong to Poppy. Flora's quite fond. It's in poor.
Do you know what happened to it?
Can't say I. Looks like Freya's paints.
Do you know why the pots are cracked?
No, that's very odd. They're normally in excellent condition.
状况通常都
You
很
seem
好。
pretty sure about that.
It's unlike her to leave paint on the brush.
I think we'll give her a pass.
Ah, yes, so we shall. It would have been a beautiful painting. Rather a shame, Freya.
Nothing about it seems strange to you.
Well, all these modern paintings are slightly strange, aren't they? The emotion of the piece taking over from, say, anatomical accuracy.
情感取代了精准的身体
What
结
about the
构。
knife in Flora's hand?
A knife? That's what you see?
You don't?
Well, as I was saying, Freya's artistic
扭
approach.
曲了某
Hard
些
to
形
say
状。
exactly what we're looking at.
哦，其实 Felix 这段话真的是启发了这个之后的推理。
Rather ugly. Years of wind.
Do you know what it is?
It's connected to the Remington. But I
跟雷鸣的家
that
族有
looks
关
like it might belong. What's this?
It's my case file.
You mean to say you're bound?
I found it,
Charming is dear Flora's father and his
but now it's owned by you? By
the
the...
fellows and the
And
pointer.
you named it Tangle Tower.
Flora chose.
What does it mean?
I think it was her intention that it.
From what?
This really isn't. After they moved away, I think perhaps she hoped it would make them feel unwelcome. Yes, less likely.
That's kind of extreme.
Yeah.
再去其他地方。普雷亚的房间，
A pillow with a...
It's a cushion.
Yeah, but that doesn't alliterate. Drawings.
What's that one on the
Looks like one of them's holding a red rose.
这个是 Papi 嘛？然后这不知道谁，Fifi。OK，
It's a little glass...
I think it's a
Come again?
vivarium. See, the leaves and twigs might have been for keeping insects.
想养昆虫。
Freya's plants. They must not need some... Do you think this was...
I don't know. It is
No
kind of.
windows either.
储藏室。
Freya's plants. They must not need sunlight.
That painting.
Why would you want it looming over your bed?
Maybe Freya enjoyed
The
the
atmosphere.
Hang on. There's a smaller version down by the floor.
It's a photograph.
菲亚车上画了一张小照片，一片胶带粘在上面，边缘用黑墨水画了几条线。OK，
It's a little wooden
To
box.
the casual observer, maybe. They're not. Looks like they're part of some kind of lock.
好了，感情再解不了这东
Let's
西、
take a break.
It's a
I think it looks more like a whale.
fine. It's a
Could also be a shark. Freya's bear.
looks pretty
He's had
depressed.
a rough couple of days.
Just a little
Let's
trick.
leave them alone.
Brushes,
They're clean, but they look pretty well used.
brushes.
They're clean, but they look.
Even though
泥泞。
we're halfway up a tower, someone's been tracking in mud from outside.
外面有人从迷地里面过来，踏进了这里。
Not the kind of
That's
flat.
cool. Looks like old mining equipment.
Just a little trinket.
Let's leave them alone.
That's no
I
natural.
like it.
Did Freya paint those
They're
out?
kind of simple.
Maybe she painted them when she was younger.
图书室
Books about ancient history?
These books are ancient history. I think they'd crumble into
Good
dust.
excuse.
Thanks. Books about geography.
Skip. Books about insects.
Well, theoretically, there's not a single book on that shelf.
Huh.
Books about space.
They're relatively untouched. Sure, why not build a science lab in the corner of
The
the
search for new archiving is downright poetic.
library? Is that a snow globe?
Of sorts.
城堡这边里面围绕着一个蛋形，把蛋形围绕着这个城堡，破掉了蛋形。
I'm not sure. Soil samples? It's an illustrated
It's
book.
been left open.
Or it was left
Ever
open.
so slightly unnerving.
墨姬鸟，这个变这个，然后等于这个。
A chalkboard.
Is this a library or a classroom?
仔细看看，我看不懂。
I'm not sure I learned anything. Books about nature. Books about
The
birds.
shelves are.
Oh, so you're the
I knew
shelves
this
are...
already.
Curious. I would expect bacteria of that. Taking all the environmental factors into account, there must.
may I talk to you? Miss?
She knows we're here.
I am a detective, and I need to talk...
Correction. You do not need to talk
Oh
to me.
no?
Because I am not a suspect. I am completely innocent of any.
Thanks for letting me know.
Speaking of which, you have now been at Tangle Tower for over 23 minutes. Surely you have already reached a sturdy hypothesis.
A
Nah，
hypothesis?
Yeah, come on, Grimoire, hurry up.
My apologies. Unfortunately, protocol dictates I must at least... And that includes you. So, could you tell me your name?
Fifi,
哎，但太快，笑
you will
死。
need to be more specific. Oneself cannot be summarized in a single.
So true.
Well, first of all, you're a fellow. So does that...
Correct. My father and mother are named Flora and Felix. But you need not question either of them. It will only waste valuable time. Neither of them are capable.
Thanks for the tip.
Fifi, you said you were a micro something or
来
other.
来，这些
Microbiologist. But it is an insignificant label. My studies cannot be categorized in any one.
What made you want to become
I harbor an intrinsic fascination. I constructed my first one at age 10.
Constructed...
Correct.
And what's that thing on your head?
My eyesight began to deteriorate when I turned not satisfied with the eyeglasses. It automatically adjusts based on the
Does
surrounding
it glow red when you get angry?
No, but that would be most amusing. What can you tell me about the murder?
What can you tell me about... Wait, that's what I'm supposed to ask.
Yes. However, you were too slow.
You fancy yourself a detective?
I just need to know what happened.
Me too. So talk.
Fine. I knew ahead of time that Freya was going to be busy with her, so I had planned to spend the afternoon with Poppy. I was in the library all morning preparing the equipment for an experiment,
本来上午都在图书室准备实验设
only
备
to，find out that Poppy had made other
然后
plans.
去找
She was
Poppy
in
的
fact
时
planning to
候，
ignore me completely.
Oh.
完
So
全
what
不
did
理
you do
他，
instead?
然后继续在那
Locked myself in my
边
room
锁在
and
房
cried.
间里大哭。
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that.
Why?
I don't know, it just sounds kind
It
of...
is not unusual.
Oh.
I
碰
was in my
瓷
room. The lights were off and the door was
灯
locked.
没开，门锁
Someone
着。
began banging on the door. I ignored it. until the someone began shouting at me. I opened the door.
Poppy，
Poppy came into my room. Her makeup was leaking. She told me Freya was dead. I did not believe it. I thought she was playing a trick on me, so I punched her in the face.
傻小，
She insisted that we go up to Flora's tower. We left the room, and Poppy's father was waiting outside. He followed us upstairs. When I saw Freya lying on the floor, I was completely and utterly devastated.
这紫色的图画是谁
I
啊？
took a sample of the red paint on the unfinished painting. Poppy and I took the sample back downstairs to the library. We performed a test and found out that it was, in fact, blood.
You performed that scientific test immediately, even though you were feeling so upset?
Of course. Why would one affect the other? Name, Flora Fellow. Likes?
Isn't she your mother?
I believe other people may have discovered methods, but I have little capacity for it.
And how long?
She has always been quiet.
钥匙没
So
想
what
开
happened
口
to。make her stop talking
She
entirely?
suffered a great loss, something she has been unable. Name,
之前发生的一些
Fellow.
东西让他无法开口。
Collecting objects of negligible monetary value and assigning dislikes, notes. Felix is
And,
I have no point, but I would say
no?
you asked me a binary. Do not get upset that I provided one of the two.
What makes him a bad father?
He has trouble expressing his emotions.
Huh.
Grimoire.
No, he is quite correct. Name, Fiona Fellow. Likes, dislikes, notes. Kindly disregard the polysyllabic form of my given.
How come you prefer Fifi?
How come you prefer Grimoire?
How are you related to the other fellows?
Fitz is my cousin. His father, a man named Flint, was my uncle.
Was?
I do not know if Flint is alive or not. He left Tangle Tower a long time ago.
And what about Freya? How are you related to her?
We share exactly one grandparent. Name, Freya Fellow. Deceased. Understand this. Most people find me. They exhibit a noticeable degree of Freya, who had a way of being an exception to any
他要
given
帮他成为
rule,
任何
was not at
既
all
定
like
规则的
this.
例外，完全相反。
She is very important, and I will not rest until I understand what has happened.
Did you spend a lot of time with Freya?
I will say this. In the past, 1, increasingly independent, and 2, increasingly
Do you know why?
I do not. If you are looking for a speculative, try asking Poppy.
The three of you were friends.
We are of a similar age, and all highly one scientist, one artist, and one musician.
Sounds like quite a team. Do you know who was reading this
It
book?
belongs to my mother.
And she left it in the library?
No, my mother is not. I believe Freya was a
Any
temple.
idea what it was?
I am not the person to ask. All I see is a blood-red mountain. As such, I cannot ascertain. There is a drawing of me, a drawing of Detective Hawkshaw, and
好
a
客
drawing of
生，
a drawing of Poppy and Fitz. It is a model of Freya,
哦，我
made
刚
by
才停
my
顿。
father.
A model of Flora.
And a man with a beard. And a little...
Why would my father make a wooden carving of my father, made by my... Although, now that I look at it, I do not understand how he was able to paint the red parts without any red paint. That belongs to my mother. I think she must... There are a number of eggs.
Yeah, what's
Some
the...
people just like eggs.
Is she laughing?
莫名
The
其妙。
gramophone belongs to Poppy, but I believe she gave it to my mother, and my mother often loaned it to Freya. Maybe it is...
When did it get cracked?
I cannot pinpoint. All I know is that it must have happened sometime in the
过
last
去2
2
天来的某个时候发生的，那边那所有东西，留声机、颜料、什么东西的都裂掉了。
Fifi, did you test the red paint in the
Yes, I did. I discovered it too was blood, not paint.
A whole pot full of blood?
Not a whole pot. It is only partially full.
Yeah, but still. Doesn't it...
No. In fact, it may be considered rather reassuring. Freya is normally highly skilled at capturing, but in this painting, she has accidentally made Flora look quite...
I think she...
Why is that kind? Anyway, I'm far more interested in what... I performed the test on the red paint myself.
What made you want to test it in the
It was
first...
Poppy. She told me she thought the painting looked like... I told her not to be ridiculous. My mother... But then I noticed that the color was slightly...
You noticed that just from
Of
looking...
course.
他妈没有不会拿刀，
The statue itself does not interest, but I do wish to know about. Have you deciphered their
We're working.
We are.
This belongs to Poppy.
What happened to
It has been left underwater.
Right.
I do not. I require facts.
Well, we know.
Correction. She was stabbed with something.
被某物
There
刺
was no
伤。
knife found at the crime scene.
Apart from the one in the painting.
Which, as a mere abstract, nobody has ever been stabbed. What is your opinion of Tangle Tower?
Oh, it's impressive. Elaborate gardens. Unique.
Must be worth a fortune.
Why do you ask, Fifi?
I am the heir of the Fellow family and the Remington family. This makes me the sole beneficiary of Tangle.
That's quite an inheritance.
They can't make you do anything, Fifi. If you don't want the house, just tell them. Or just sell it. Who cares?
You sound like her.
Fifi's bedroom should be unlocked.
Can't wait.
There's something about Felix. Something.
Let's ask him about it.
There's something about the something.
Let's ask her about it.
先去问 Felix。
So, about this paint we found in your room.
Nothing suspicious about. I used it to paint. Totally normal thing to
You
do.
never said it was suspicious.
Come on then, out with it. What exactly are you
The whole drawer.
accusing me of?
It's not your paint pot. Did you take it from?
What on earth? Look, the lid matches the ones on all my other paint pots.
That's
Eh?
not the end of the discussion.
We need a clue to compare with something to prove. Let's take a closer look at this.
Felix 的红颜料罐跟弗雷亚的红颜料罐，很刀切好看的 Felix 红颜料罐，但我隐藏嘅對話。
Freya's red paint pot was stolen and replaced with Felix's red paint pot, but the lids were swapped to hide it.
That red paint is from Freya's supplies, not yours. Swapping the lids doesn't hide what you did.
Why are you bothering me about paint?
Felix 偷了弗雷亚的画，为什么和谋杀有关？这个红颜料罐不知从哪里写，弗雷亚都去
This
画的
red。paint pot was somehow filled with blood by Freya several weeks ago. Almost. Maybe just change. This red paint pot was somehow filled with blood before Freya used it to paint Flora.
Oh, that's definitely something.
那画佛罗拉之前的那个红颜料罐已经就是写
I
了
was busy working on a project when I suddenly realized I had run out of red paint. There was a certain amount of time pressure, so I politely asked Freya if I could borrow hers. Just for a little while, you know, perfectly reasonable request.
But she said no.
I tried to explain why I needed it, but she didn't seem to care. So, well, I took Freya's red paint pot and swapped it with my own empty one.
You went into her room?
Not my proudest moment, but it's just paint. I didn't touch anything else.
And the paint pot you left behind was definitely empty?
Quite. I have absolutely no idea how it got blood in it, if that's what you're asking.
Why were you in such a hurry to get a hold of red paint anyway?
I was trying to finish this in time for Flora's birthday. I needed red to paint the final details.
Could you not have just used a different color?
Out of the question. It had to be red and white.
If you managed to finish it, why haven't you given it to Flora yet?
Well, I decided against it in the end. After what happened, seemed a bit insensitive.
insensitive。哦，没事，我们去问佛罗拉。
So, this painting, Specifically that knife in Flora's hand.
Yeah, it's creepy. But we didn't find a knife anywhere in the room. So what's going on?
It's not a knife. We need a clue to compare with the painting. Something to explain.
这个看起来像是一把刀的。
Let's take a closer look at this. The painted knife is actually just a feather from an ink-dip bird.
It's definitely the right shape, but the book's not in color. The thing Flora's holding in this, is there anything to suggest that the ink... This little thing? I don't understand why Felix would make a model of this, and come to think of it, why would Flora be holding a feather in the painting anyway?
墨姬鸟是 Flora 的宠物，所以她养的。Fifi 有没有？
The ink-dip bird was Flora's pet, so she kept a single feather to remember it by.
哦，所以她保留，不是她养的。
And it died?
Maybe. Maybe it flew away.
Flora spends all her time...
Either way, she kept the feather. I think...
Alright, so she was holding the feather while Freya was painting her. But where is it now? You'd think she'd keep it somewhere close by.
Yeah, I think this is where Flora usually keeps.
But we opened it. It's empty.
Completely. Flora? She's pointing at something in the corner.
It's just a pile of books. They're not... Wait. There's something tucked inside this...
喵喵，送你的爱你的 Freya 包。
We met Felix, your husband. He's one of our subs. So, if you want...
没有为他辩解。
Nice try. We spoke to your daughter Fifi. She's some kind of super... You must be proud of her. I like these drawings, Flora.
Is there a reason why? Have you seen this book before? Do you know who it belongs to?
I really thought...
来到了之前存档的地方了，那就是要探索新的东西了。Fifi 的房间。
A new suspect. Don't think you can get out being questioned.
I'm innocent, I promise.
Save it for the judge.
I don't know what that drink is, but I bet it's 99% sugar.
I'd read you the ingredients, but there's nothing written.
That's even worse.
Fifi's got something.
What is all this?
The fuck is this? Pointer 教授跟谁啊 ？Prince 跟 Poppy，Aurora 跟 Felix， 是我吗？是我吗？这是我跟他吗？我跟我的伙伴，那谁？凡尼洛普吧。
Did you notice who isn't on here?
Freya?
And
查看族谱和画坛。
that's a whole lot. That's a whole lot. That's a whole lot.
Homemade posters. This one's about the Pythagoras theorem.
I've not heard of that band. Are they any good? A pretty ornate window. With a great...
We're supposed to be looking for clues, not assessing the real estate value.
And over here, you'll see the owners use sheets of paper to block out all that unnecessary natural light. A simple trick, but it really transforms the space. It's a magnifying glass.
How come you don't have one of those?
Why? Should I start smoking a pipe
You
too?
couldn't pull off a pipe.
It looks like a microscope.
Can I touch it? I'm not sure this.
The fuck？ 怎么啦？好大哦！好，我大概知道怎么弄了。好，我不知道怎么用。好，我知道怎么用了，这样可以了吧
I got it.
I'm impressed. Sounds like it unlocked.
Yeah, it's built on top of a. There's a book in here.
一本用旧的书，很像日记，用一个奇怪的金属装置走时。哎呀，找大年秘密日记啊，皮皮。
It's a bed.
Barely.
That's a whole lot of crystal chandeliers.
I don't know. They're kind of dusty.
Dusty. That's whole lot of book.
Boxes of stuff. Boxes of stuff.
What's that big?
Looks like something
Is
Fifi.
it a clue?
I hope not. It's just a bunch of notes about her microbiology.
What's that big?
Looks
book?
like some hope. It's just a bunch
我
of
看
notes
洋芋
about her
片。
Nice room.
microbiology. But yeah,
Scientific, probably. I'll openly admit I have no idea what stuff.
you're gonna rummage through the trash.
No.
I give it 5 minutes before you're in there.
你去问菲菲。
A book. My
And
book.
what's in it?
Pages. Freya drew these,
Yeah, I think so. There's a
but
note.
she never showed.
Well, I think it was a gift, like a private thing between Freya and Flora.
哎，我还没问他角色盘。
It's musty.
What exactly?
Must. You asked such.
Nice.
The red paint on the brush is the same for the palette.
So Freya added the blood to the painting.
Or blood got on the brush and palettes.
I do not know the.
而且我非得看看。
You get a good view of the lake from here.
My daughter Fiona, our little burgeoning genius. You've met her?
We did. She's going by.
So I've heard. I asked her some weeks ago. She told me, get this, she wanted a name with an even number of syllables.
What makes you think she made that?
I happen to know the real reason she prefers Fifi over Fiona.
Oh yeah?
It's what Freya called her.
哦，
That's one of Freya's paintings, is it not? It's impressive, but a little... Freya was quite the talent. She had a way of capturing this, not in an evil... Where did you find that?
It was in the library.
Really? How odd.
真奇怪。在这本书不应该在图书
These
室。
drawings are quite precious. I'm surprised Flora let you see them.
What happened to the bird?
I don't know. Seems like... Why would someone lock up a...
We think it's a secret diary.
Aha!
我知道你不会跟我刚刚讲什么线索了啊，那我再给你看新的东西。 看我们连主角自己都不讲话了。我去其他地方看。你是
There's a metal plaque on the bench.
Is there a message engraved
I
on it?
think there was at one point, but someone scratched it off.
曾经有东西，但是刮掉了。
A pointless little
I
stone.
don't know.
Wanna play hide and
I
seek?
could be persuaded.
Hi.
It's Tangle Tower, or at least it's the mansion at the base of Tangle. You ever see a mushroom
Not
that?
in real life.
These plants are giving off
I
a...
didn't know we were supposed to be smelling things.
It's a big stone dais.
Biggest one I've ever seen. First one too.
It's a big stone...
First one too.
Is that a clock?
If it is, it's a clock with 4 faces.
I'm guessing it doesn't tell the time.
So what does it do?
这样是3嘛，这个是9。哦，不会吧？我这些东西都会调整。The fuck？ 我往这边，他要往逆时针，这个也是逆啊，他是往逆的。要耳机插个电。OK， 这个是9吧？所以这是6吗？看起来像6。哎，这个是6，这个是6啊，这个是9。然后这是3嘛？站在这边的时候，这样子，对不对？这样子9，然后这个调到12。照理说这个应该在下面。又回到原来的样子。好烧脑哦！啊，干差一点。所以他跟他一定是在相反方，所以这样对的。哎，解开了，笑死。
That's the one.
Hey, not bad. What's in the box?
A little tool, but I'm not actually sure what it is.
望远镜有弧形玻璃镜头的小黄铜工具，底部有个螺丝。
Giant glowing gemstone.
AKA a greenhouse. A wooden trunk.
I want one.
Whoa.
你谁？
Nice cape.
You're not fellows or pointers. I'm sure I shall immediately regret asking. But who are you, and what is your business here?
I'm
凶
Sally,
欸
and this is my sidekick Grimoire.
A private detective, Grimoire.
Really? You're a detective. If this is a joke, it's not a good one.
Who are you, anyway?
Private Detective Hawkshaw.
Oh, nice. Hawkshaw's a cooler name than Grimoire. Maybe I'll become her sidekick.
You're not on the Freya Fellow case, too, are you?
That is classified information between myself and my client. Clearly, this is something which eludes you. But a real detective refrains from handing out informations to persons unknown.
Oh, right.
Now, if you would, I have work to do.
你很凶哎、
It's not in my interest to discuss personal details.
Even if you're one of the suspects in a murder?
Very well. Let us make a small exception. Ask.
Oh, what are you doing here?
I'm on a case at the behest of my client.
How long have you been at Tangle Tower?
133 hours. 5.5 days.
Who are you working for?
I am not at liberty to answer that. Now, I shall permit you one more question.
What crime are you...
How'd you get that scar? It's cool.
干，
You really think so?
浪
As
费
it
我
happens,
的
I completed an examination of Flora's room on the morning before the murder. I've been investigating every single room at Tangle Tower. Hers was one of the last on my list.
Did you find anything unusual?
Nothing but a thin layer of dust and an atmosphere of somber melancholy.
Was Flora in there at the time?
She spent the duration of my search staring up at the sky, out the open window. Didn't say a word, although I'm told this is the expected behavior.
What did you do after that?
I spent the early evening searching the library. It took longer than it should have. Fiona leaves that room in a permanent state of disarray.
Fiona was in the library too?
I expected her to make an appearance, but she did not.
And you stayed in the library the rest of the day?
Not quite. Towards the early evening, my examination of the library was unexpectedly disrupted. Sounds of running, wailing, shouting from several floors above. I vacated the library, but before I could begin my ascent, Professor Pointer appeared. He emerged from the Pointer staircase, crossed the hall, and begun up the fellow staircase. Our eyes met. He was breathless. Something had caused him great alarm. He told me to stay out of the way. I consented. I decided to return to my office in the stone square. As I was passing through the front door, Penelope called out from behind me. She was clutching the banister of the Pointer staircase with an apprehensive manner. She wished to know where Professor Pointer had gone. I told her what had transpired. Then, she too crossed the hall and disappeared up the fellow staircase. More so than at any moment prior, I felt like quite an intruder in the house. I took my leave, out towards the stone square. The grounds were silent. There were no signs of human life. Even the greenhouse was without its typical inhabitant. I noted that he, too, must be entangled in whatever was transpiring in Fellow Tower. An unremarkable hour passed before the gardener finally made his appearance. He spoke to me of what had occurred.
他第一个到
His
现
report
场
was as clumsy and cumbersome as the man giving it.
Did he seem upset?
He was rattled. That much was clear. But sorrowful, mournful, I cannot say. Quite the stoic statue, isn't she? I can only dream of being as cold and indifferent as Flora Fellow.
You think she's hiding something?
Perhaps. She has some strange habits. I heard she barely sleeps, an hour here or there, sporadically. Spends the rest of her time staring up at the sky. Did you get anything useful out of him?
Not sure. What about you?
Nothing worth committing to paper.
I think he knows more than he lets on.
Probably. But talking with him is so tedious. Considerably intelligent. The
颇为
powers
聪
of
明。
observation are enviable. But she has no ambition. No focus.
In her defense, she's still a teenager.
Barely.
Barely.
314 cases solved. 314.
300?
Freya Fellow is of great interest to me. I perceived her to be the most intelligent individual here at Tangle Tower.
啊，所以菲菲不
Within
算
a
了。
day, she had identified for whom I was working and for what I was searching. I didn't know how she did it. I was impressed. I regret that I did not question her more thoroughly when I had the opportunity.
You couldn't have known she was about to be killed, though.
I have only myself to blame for failing to perceive the signs.
What signs?
I do not wish to do your job for you, Detective. Tangle Tower. No idea why they insist on calling it that. It's not even a tower. It's little more than a pair of turrets on either side of a mansion.
Have you searched the whole place?
I believe so. Why?
He wants to know if you found any secret rooms.
I'm afraid the residents of Tangle Tower are far too ordinary for anything like that. I was disappointed too. You truly consider this a case file?
What's wrong with it?
No organization, no system.
That's my style. I like seeing everything laid out.
How quaint. Where'd you dig that up?
It wasn't buried.
Someone trying to...
试图隐藏证
Have you
据，
deciphered the meaning of
We're
this?
working on
That's
it.
a no then.
你也没获解干。
Conveniently left anonymous. It's useless. Can you do that?
No.
No. Makes quite an impression, doesn't it? Although I can't imagine why she painted Flora wielding a knife.
You didn't see a knife anywhere in Flora's room, did you?
I did not. I conclude whatever stabbed Freya must have been brought into the room from outside. Unless, of course, it was the painting itself.
Surely you don't believe in that.
怎么每个侦探都会推到这
Detective's
个话？
job is to examine every avenue of thinking. The paint is still wet.
Yeah, well, we know Freya was...
Do you know that? How? Because you were told? Paints?
Yep.
Paints.
Mm-hmm.
A somewhat cumbersome device, and an altogether inefficient way to listen to
What
music.
kind of music do you like, Hawkshaw?
I like anything.
What a cop-out.
I believe that was in Flora's room yesterday, but it was not cracked when I saw it last.
他上次看到他是没有裂开，
You got it open. I'm impressed. I managed it myself yesterday. I thought Flora might be hiding something in there.
It was empty yesterday, too.
It was. But I'd tell him not to quit his day job. But he hasn't got one, has he? These figurines remind me of a case I once solved involving a turned out to be a bit of a smokescreen.
Your life sounds fun. Grimoire, why don't we ever have fun adventures like that?
Are we not having a fun...
When did Freya draw the picture of you, Hawkshaw?
I didn't model for her, if that's what you're asking. She must have done it without my permission.
Could just be from memory. It's not quite as detailed as the others, anyway.
I admit, it's powerful. Freya was a talented...
Someone even liked it enough to take a photo.
Now, we don't know why they took the photograph, do we? Perhaps they just want... A book from the library. One of hundreds, no doubt. What makes this one special?
It's about birds.
Yes. Does...
Don't think so. The
I
drawing.
see.
对，
Does Flora still own that bird?
Don't think so. The
I
drawings.
see. A diary. Have you read it?
Not yet.
And you haven't...
That would be cheating. This belongs to you, Hawkshaw?
Correct.
And...
It's my handheld microscope. For
What do you magnify with it?
trace particles, dust,
have
oil.
you used it here at Tangle Tower?
I have. I used it to examine
What
the...
were you looking for?
That is between my...
哦，你去温室用这个东西，那我就去温室用这个东西。干，好可怕哦，三角。改镜头，不能看吗？好吧，我忽视你这个东西。
Hanging baskets.
To you, maybe.
You're only 2
2
inch
inches makes all the difference.
tools used by a gardener for gardening. Bags of soil.
It's so blue.
That's a handsome beetle. Looks like he might have magic powers.
Is that fruit?
Too shiny to be fruit. I think it's glowing a little.
Safe to eat, do you think?
I'm gonna say no. All the flowers here look kind of
Can
poison.
flowers be poison?
Anything can be.
Good to know. Is that fruit?
Too shiny. I'm gonna say no. Hanging baskets.
To you, maybe.
You're only 2
2 inches makes all. This one's in a little pot.
Okay, that is definitely not.
Looks like a gemstone. Don't you think?
果树盆栽，果实有坚硬如宝石的外皮，花盆里的土是不寻常的蓝色。
All the flowers
Can
here.
flowers be
Anything.
good to know?
A little chart of. Actually, I have no idea what it's about.
哦， 我好像看过这个图样哦。
What do you make of
Not
it?
a whole lot.
It's glass. But I
Total
can't.
oxymoron.
I am not. Sally, don't move. We're being watched.
Yeah, I see him. He's a little too big to hide in the bushes. Is anyone going to say anything? Or shall we just stand around staring at each other?
Right, sorry.
Sorry.
That's better. I'm Sally. And the guy hiding behind me is Detective Grimoire. Who are you?
Fitzfellow, the gardener.
Mm-hmm. And why are you so tall?
I don't know.
You
为什
work
么要
here
问这种奇怪的
as
问
the
题？
gardener.
I don't get paid to do it. It's just my area of interest.
What's the deal with the plants? They're all kinda weird.
Right. Did you see the lake?
That giant green and purple lake surrounding the... Yeah, I clocked it.
The color is just a byproduct.
Of what? Poison?
It's not poisonous. Not to you.
What's this got to do with the plants?
The water controls all life. Just like any clouds form, rain falls. The water grows the plants. Anything you've perceived as an irregularity is simply a result.
Could you say that again, but like condensed?
Our lake water causes the unpredictable alteration of DNA. Sometimes.
Alteration? But like mutation?
That'd be the official term. For us, it's normal. Just nature.
And you're the local expert on all this stuff?
No. I'm just the gardener.
你们这边的水文情况不太好。
I was in my greenhouse, watering and weeding.
Sounds exciting.
Was anyone else around?
Not at first. Penelope came in a little later. She likes looking at the flowers, I think.
Did you speak to each other?
A little, not too much. We both left the greenhouse in the early afternoon. I went up to my room. Then I came back outside to weed the main gardens. Didn't see anyone else. After that, I went up to the garden outside my room.
And?
Let me guess. Watering and weeding.
Right.
Did anything happen to you yesterday, Fitz?
下一个问题，
I
动
was up in
词
the rooftop garden. It was quiet. And then, it wasn't. I can't describe it. Could have been a scream, but it didn't sound human.
不像人发出的
We
尖叫
thought it
声。
was coming from Flora's tower, so we went up there.
We?
Poppy was with me. Did I not mention that? Flora's room was locked. That's normal. She usually locks it from the inside. I knocked on the door and shouted. Nobody responded. We became concerned.
You kicked the door down?
I did. Poppy and I went in. Freya was right there, laying on her back. Flora was there too, but I barely noticed her at first. Poppy left the room for a while. When she came back, she had her father with her, and Fifi too. Penelope arrived shortly after that, with Felix in tow. I thought that was odd. You don't normally see the two of them together. Felix took charge. There was nothing else I could do to help. I wanted to go back to my room, but I realized nobody had told Detective Hawkshaw anything. I found her pacing back and forth around the stone square. When I approached her, she snapped at me. I think she was annoyed about being made to wait outside so long. But when I told her about Freya, she fell silent.
所以 Felix 听到了第一个上去的人应该是他，然后跟 Poppy 上去。
I like Flora. I hope she's all right.
Do you think she had
There's
any?
no way she wouldn't willingly cause any addition for anyone. Felix is a contradiction. His loyalties are placed firmly within the realm of material, but his ego relies on an entirely fraudulent self, don't you think?
听不懂。
I was just about to say.
Fifi doesn't like me.
What did you do?
I'm not sure if you find out.
我觉得 Fifi 可能喜欢 Poppy 哦。
Maybe you can let me know. She questioned me,
About what?
my work, the plants, bit of everything.
Did she search the greenhouse?
No, She didn't.
You sure? Maybe she did it?
No, she hasn't.
How can you tell?
Trust me. I can tell.
好可怕！
She was always kind to me. She'd come into the greenhouse when I was working, sometimes by herself, sometimes with Poppy. Eventually, they started
About
out.
what?
Poppy wanted to learn about flowers. Freya, she used to ask me about the
Insects.
One of my jobs is to protect plants. Freya brought me this little glass box. She'd say, put all the troublemakers in there. Every day I'd put a handful of beetles and other. Then she'd come along and I didn't really understand her, but she was always kind.
他跟 Fritz 拿了很多甲虫回去，拿来做什么？
Have you met this guy, Fitz? Shifty eyes. Totally suspicious. If you.
That's me.
Yeah, that's. I was joking.
Oh, I see.
靠肥。
Nice painting. Gives you a pretty good idea of the layout.
The lake looks like it forms a perfect circle around the
It
island.
might seem strange, but nature is quite capable.
And those mountains.
We don't know much about them. They're unscalable. Not even Freya could
What's
have.
that?
This painting, it's speculative. There are no photographs from this angle as far as I know.
So Freya just made it up.
Let's call it an
想象中的画，
Who gave you that information?
Well,
We don't actually know who. We were contacted
I
anonymously.
see. And what happens if the person who...
Honestly, that would be kind of fun. Like a twist, you know?
如果联系他们的人是匿名的，然后这个画也不知道是，这也不是用照片照出来的，是一个有绘画的人画出来，那有可能是弗雷亚拜托他们调查这个案件，然后自己自杀身亡。
That looks like it might belong to Poppy. It's of no interest to me, but I overheard Poppy and Freya talking about it once.
what were they saying?
They were arguing about it, but I can't remember the details. How odd.
What do you think that is in Flora's hand?
I don't know. It does look like a knife, but Flora wasn't holding anything at all when I saw her, but there's something bothering me.
What?
When we went into Flora's room, she wasn't standing in this position.
Well,
She wasn't standing at all. She was kneeling on the floor.
等一下，等一下，
what do you think that is?
I don't know, but Flora wasn't holding any. There's
What?
something. When we went into Flora's room,
Well, she probably would have moved around a little.
she wasn't standing at all. She was kneeling on the floor.
他是跪在地板上的。
There's something off about this.
What is it?
Why don't you take another look at Flora's room?
You think we missed a clue up there?
Not exactly. There's something off about this.
What is it?
对劲，
Why don't you take another look at Flora's room?
You think we missed a clue up there?
Not exact. Paints are different to flowers.
I'd say so, yeah.
At any time, flowers can bloom with perfect, faultless colors. Red, blue, with paint. Once you've tainted a color by mixing it with others, not even the most skilled painter can return it to its pure form.
上个厕所。 kid.
That belongs to Poppy.
So why is it up in Flora's tower?
I'm not sure. That looks like it might belong to Poppy. It's an egg with feet.
It was locked, but we opened it.
Fun. Felix made that. That's quite sweet, really.
Fitz, one of these drawings is of you, in the rooftop garden, I think, with Poppy.
Mm-hmm. Are we done?
想解
Freya's
释
best
了。
work, in my opinion. Although the photo doesn't carry the same energy.
What
as
do you
the-
think it's a painting
What
of?
do you mean?
Like, what's the subject
Oh,
matter?
I don't think it's that kind of paint.
This-
Freya's best work, in my opinion. Although the photo doesn't carry the same energy as the real thing.
What do you think it's a painting of?
What do you mean?
Like, what's the subject matter?
Oh, I don't.
抽象
Penelope
化。
knows about birds. You should ask.
Actually, I wanted to ask. There's a plant mentioned on this page, see? Do you have any? In the greenhouse?
No, I don't grow that anymore. I've tried in the past. It seemed could never get it to live.
孤有树。
Did Freya draw these?
Yeah. There's a note on the back, too.
它背后有便条纸，啊，为什么我看不到？
She was even closer to Flora than I realized. Did Freya draw these?
Yeah.
She was. Looks like someone doesn't want you
That's the main...
You ever seen this before, Fitz?
to. No, but I don't know.
That's not where we found
Oh, I just thought it looks like it. This is a good example of how things work. I mix that soil here in the greenhouse. It's made with water from the lake.
it. And it makes the fruit grow all...
Sometimes you never really know what's.
And what do you do with this shiny?
You look at it.
Fitz's room is unlocked. It's up in the fellow tower.
This could be interesting.
哦，这是 Freeze 的论哦。康康诶，
It's a little handmade card. Inside it says, To Fitz, from PP.
他媲美。
That poor plant.
Looks pretty healthy. to me.
Healthy, but sad. I think it would rather be outside.
There's someone outside the...
Something. It's probably just a rock.
You sure? Huh. Neither of these lights have an...
They're just decorative.
Oh, so decorative.
两个灯都没有灯泡。
Oh, wow.
What?
It's a big empty space. And empty glass.
Looking at it is
Why?
I don't know.
这是监狱吧？这监
Doesn't
狱吧
look？ soft.
Hello.
Not hidden.
Doesn't need to be. It's a combination. Sort of.
Ờ, 到怎么病？哦，我推估啦，他哪个颜色占最多，我就是要排那个，对不对？这样子。我是能看得出来哪个是最多，是不是？哎，它每个是不是都不太一样啊？这个是蓝色是对的吗？我推估这个啦，然后绿色跟还有另外的凑合方法，等一下， 应该是这样子，然后这样子，这样子。
Nothing.
Maybe if you move the paper around.
我先排列子啊。那第一个这个嘛，还是其他的？这个对啊，这个对啊，这个对。第二个是要拼的话是这样拼的，然后这样子嘛，这个是对的，这个是对的。再来是啊，这个啦，它上面有尖端的，然后是这样子。
That's done it.
Neat.
好，
Anything in there?
Yeah, it's wrapped in a cloth. Hold on. That's kind of ominous.
Happy Feet。装饰图案的金属小铲子上面有刻有装饰图案爱心，两边各有一对字母。
It's locked.
I thought we were halfway.
We are.
What's that thing by the handle?
啊，哦，没错吧？
Nothing.
The tiles.
Those-
Maybe they're connected.
Nope.
Maybe the information
where is it?
somewhere else.
Ah,
You know, I think this might
What?
be.
The
Yeah, the duality of the sun and moon, you
if
know.
you say so.
东边升起，西边落下，这样子吗？
Ah,
You know, I think this might
what?
be.
The whole thing?
Yeah, the duality of the sun and moon, you
If
know.
you say so.
Let's come back once we. No.
再解看看这边的，
It's a little wooden
To the
box.
casual observer.
应该可以解吧？但我不知道怎么解。短。好吧，我等一下回来
Let's
解
take
好
a
了。
break.
我们去另外一间房，安妮洛普吧，哦是 Papi，
Oh, whatever it is, it's playing a little
Well,
trumpet.
it is the music. Gotta
What's
practice.
with all the broken glass?
有玻璃耶。腰箱的喇叭上有一条明显的贯穿裂缝，喇叭里头和地面上都是各种玻璃碎片。这跟饮料有什么关系吗？
There's a faded.
When I was a kid, I never knew the difference between them.
You still don't.
No,
Are they paper lanterns?
whatever they are, it's like a little parade of floating.
Sheet music.
That's a lot of notes.
Probably while they're on the floor. Who plays the violin?
It's pretty dusty. So I'm guessing nobody.
There's
When I
a.
was
You still
no.
don't. 1.
Yep.
25.
Mhm.
Drop 4 lit candles.
Yeah.
Am I the only one seeing the problem?
Smells like a forest.
It's one of those big pianos with the.
Don't touch it.
Why not?
Might be haunted. It's a globe.
For globing. That's
What else would it be?
All right.
Spooky murder mansion?
Spooky murder mansion.
好可怕哦！
Ghost.
Sally, that's rude. Unless she is a ghost.
It may come as a disappointment, but I am alive.
Ah,
That makes you a suspect, I'm afraid.
I know.
what's your name?
My name is Poppy. I'm a pointer. And a pianist.
We'll need to ask you a few questions about Freya.
I know.
Hey, you're pretty good.
All in the wrist. And 13 years of dedicated practice.
你自己
I'm just me. There's nothing to know.
How are you related to the other pointers?
My father is Percival Pointer. The professor spends most of his time hidden away in his tower. Barely speaks to anyone these days. Especially not the fellows.
Do you get on with the fellows?
2 of them. Fifi and Freya are my closest friends. We all turned 19 last year.
Do people ever leave Tangle Tower? I don't mean to be rude. It's just, if you're 19...
You don't have to answer that, Poppy.
It's a fair question. I'd like to move away. Definitely. Fifi, Freya, and I would often talk about it, argue about it. Freya wanted to leave, but Fifi... Things are more complicated for her.
What about now?
After what happened, I really don't want to stay here much longer. Three and a half hours of piano practice. Soon as I wake up. Same as always.
3.5. Does that not hurt your hands?
Sure.
And you do this in the music room?
No, I prefer to practice in my room. When I make mistakes, I like to make them in private.
What did you do after that?
I was supposed to meet Fifi in the library, but I totally forgot. When I finally got down there, she'd already gone. I checked her bedroom, but it was locked.
Was Fifi not in there?
No idea. She keeps her door locked either way. So I went back upstairs and out into the moonlight garden.
The what?
The little garden on the roof outside my room.
Was it just you up there?
No. Fitz came outside after a while. His room's on the other side. He's been teaching me about flowers.
So, did you talk to him?
Not really.
You ignored each other.
I didn't say that.
模糊，一定是在干
Fitz and I were
嘛？
up in the moonlight garden most of the afternoon. Then we heard this sound. Lasted about 3 seconds. I've been trying to decide how to describe it, but I'm struggling. It was like something drilling into a piece of metal, but different. Worse. I was pretty sure it was coming from Flora's tower, so we went up there to check. Her door was locked. Nobody was answering. I knew Freya and Flora were both supposed to be in there, so I made Fitz kick down the door. I went inside. Freya was lying on the floor.
Flora was in the room too?
Yeah. I think she realized what had happened at the same moment I did. I didn't know what to do, so I ran downstairs to get Fifi. Her door was still locked, but I knocked and shouted at her. Eventually, she let me in. The lights were off, but I could see she'd already been crying. I told her what had happened. She didn't believe me. She got angry. First time I've ever seen her angry. I dragged her out into the hall. My father was there too, for some reason. The three of us went back up to Flora's tower. Then Felix arrived. He had Penny with him. Fifi had this idea. She wanted to do some kind of scientific test. She took me down to the library. We were in there about 15 minutes. After she was done, she went back upstairs and I went back to my room.
That's it?
That's it. Needless noise from tongues expel, unless within the mouth they dwell. The spoken word, unfit for dealing with the shifting form of feeling, stand unblinking in the face of taciturn and soundless space.
我看不懂这是什么东西，再讲一次。
Needless noise from tongues expel, unless within the mouth they dwell. The spoken word, unfit for dealing with the shifting form of feeling, stand unblinking in the face of taciturn and soundless space.
什么东西啦？
Foregone drifter, holding fast, days as shadow seeker past. Is it bravery or surrender, accepting that your world will render nothing darker than the gloom some four walls make around a room?
每次讲诗的时候，那上面那个角色的名字就会直接变成那个。
Between the lips a silver spoon, a story written all too soon. The chosen dwelling of her heart, unjustly chosen to depart. Lost her liberation lays in the center of a maze.
迷失。
With surging tide, the waves are thrown, an entity of all its own. But on its surface you may see, reflected in the waters be, the orchestrator, pale and still, pulling strings enacting will.
傀儡
Hard of head, but free of mind. Unimprisoned, unconfined. With starry eyes, she sees beyond, behind our walls, beneath our pond. A soul untied, it's hers, it's free. Was then, is now, will ever be. Softly does the flower grow, all in time, and time is slow. Rest a seed within the earth, but do not rush its gentle birth. Hour by hour, day by day, tune your heart to nature's way. That's me. I'm on a list of murder suspects. Always thought that would be kinda cool, but it's just tedious.
Falls a little short, doesn't it?
他给的是每一个人的特质映照，虽然我都看不懂。我们来问问这个东西。
This is mine.
Really?
No, well, yes, it was. I gave it to Freya about a year ago.
What was on it?
Nothing. It was blank. Freya said she wanted to record something.
No idea how it ended up underwater.
Maybe someone wanted to destroy it, but got really lazy.
所以 Poppy 给他的是空卡带，给他录完之后，他不知道怎么掉水里面。
There's something I noticed about Freya's knife wound.
Hit me.
From what we could tell, the blade went in at an exact right angle, perpendicular to Freya's body. And there's only one small pool of blood. Nothing on Freya's hands, or anywhere else. The whole thing is just a little too peaceful.
So there are two families living in Tangle Tower?
Mm-hmm. 3 pointers and 5 fellows. 4 fellows.
What's the connection between them?
There isn't one. Not really. It was all built by the Remington family. Flora's a Remington, originally. So was Primrose, my mother. She married into the Pointers, and Flora married into the Fellows.
So the fellows and the pointers own the house now?
Flora owns the house. Depending on who you ask, that means her husband Felix owns it too.
What about your father?
His claim to the house kind of fell apart after my mother left.
Where's your mother now?
No idea.
What do you make of the statue?
I know that's the only harp in the whole of Tangle Tower. I've never actually seen a real one.
Maybe it's from before your time.
Oh, definitely. You see how old this statue is?
What about the symbols? One of them looks like piano keys.
Yeah, weird. Don't you think that's weird? That the letter isn't addressed to anyone or signed by anyone?
Someone's being deliberately secretive.
Or they're trying to manipulate you. When I first saw it, I thought it looked like Flora was holding a knife with blood on the tip.
You don't think that anymore?
No, it was a stupid thing to say. The room was dark. I was in shock. I'm just an idiot.
But it was blood on the tip. If you hadn't said anything, maybe Fifi wouldn't have checked.
Exactly. It's stupid.
But we would have missed out on an important clue.
Is it a clue? Really? Tell me how it's a clue. Tell me how it helps. Nothing about the knife makes any sense. It's just freaking everyone out. Wish I'd never said anything. Freya would always load up the palette with all the exact colors she was gonna need. I think it helped her zone out and focus on the actual painting itself. Like getting all your sheet music lined up before playing a long piece.
Right. So the blob of black paint in the middle, that was...
有人把这两个人要混合了啦。
Flora's dress, yeah. She wears even more black than I do. Why is the glass cracked down one side?
Natural wear and tear, maybe?
No way. Freya took good care of her stuff. It was my mother's originally.
So why is it up in Flora's room?
She just gets the most use out of it. Freya would borrow it too sometimes.
Does this belong to you, Poppy?
Now that's not really my style, is it?
But who else would own a tape like this?
Literally anybody?
看来应该就是菲菲
What
的
was。inside?
Nothing.
Huh. Whose paints are those?
They belong to Felix, I think.
Was that supposed to be Flora?
Possibly.
Oh, how nice. Hey, that's me. Not a bad likeness.
It looks like you're standing in a rose bush.
Is there something wrong with that? I
不变
think everybody sees something different.
Did Frey ever tell you what she saw in it?
Not exactly. She said something about it being from a recurring nightmare.
Sorry, but if it was from a nightmare, why?
Maybe she wanted to take control. Giving something a physical form can make it. That belongs to Flora. How sweet. Was that Fifi's diary? I'm sure I've seen it in
That's where we found it.
Have you ever read it? Do you know what's written in there?
Nope. I'm sure she wouldn't appreciate me invading her privacy.
I thought you and Fifi were...
Yeah, we are. Fifi's gotten kinda...
Do you know why?
I'm not sure.
I'm sure she'd tell you if you asked.
Oh, she would. She'd give it to me straight. Probably why I've been avoiding it. Did you find that in Fifi's room?
No? Should we have?
No, it's just... It looks like something she'd use, don't you think? Oh, you've been to the greenhouse? What did you think?
Impressive, but kind of unsettling with...
Yeah, he does that. Is that a gardening trowel?
Yeah. I think it belongs to Fitz.
Really? Huh, never... Don't look at me.
Does anybody else use the music room?
Yes, I don't know who, but I can tell.
All right.
I
Poppy's...
wonder what's in there.
感觉菲菲的密码密日记应该要从弗雷亚那边开锁，可能他爱慕了弗雷亚。
This is yours, Fitz?
嘿嘿嘿嘿嘿。
Yeah,
Do you use it?
I keep all my tools in the greenhouse.
That wasn't what she asked.
What's with the broken glass?
"下一个地方，应该盘尼洛普。
Does this count
Yeah.
as...
No, doesn't matter. I don't like mirrors.
How do you get your hair
I do by weight. I can feel if one side is heavier than the other.
Bird diagrams.
They're beautiful. Someone really knows their stuff.
Bird diagrams.
They're beautiful. Someone really...
A rather magnificent bush. Somewhat
There's a letter P carved into the side.
盘尼洛普，
They're bird cage, but the birds are coming...
that a metaphor?
Oh, it totally is.
An especially fancy cage.
And it's home to 3 especially fancy birds.
3只色彩鲜艳的小鸟被关在一个华丽却沉重的笼子里。
Oh, just beautiful. What is it?
Huh?
Sort of a delicate jade, but with a little seafoam green, is that right?
Sorry?
Your hair, dear! Which shade do you use? It's lovely! And that shape, you're really pushing the envelope.
Oh, thanks. I do what I can to offset Grimoire's beige on brown ensemble.
Detectives don't
Fun.
need to be brightly colored. We prefer to blend into the background.
女皇中
Oh, you're the detective? Delightful. Penny Pointer, pleasure.
Is that short for Penelope?
Officially, yes, but I never can be bothered with all 4 syllables of it. Penelope sounds a little ostentatious coming out of the mouth, don't you think?
Sure. Yeah.
20-something, Aquarius, love to travel, and nearly all of my friends are birds.
Travel? Where to?
Anywhere at all, as long as it has species worth studying. Ornithology, they call it. I call it the only thing I've ever been good at.
And have you studied the birds here at Tangle Tower?
But of course! Where else do you think? No matter where I go,
Because of the birds.
Oh, no, because of him! Silly to admit, but I suppose I can.
Who are you?
Oh, don't you know? My fiancé, dear Fitz.
Huh?
He's not really the traveling type, you see.
Fitz Fellow.
The very...
You're engaged to a member of the Fellow family? That's interesting.
I'm not especially interested in whatever tedious feuding goes on between our two families. Fitz and I find it much easier to stay out of it altogether.
你跟 Fitz 有订婚呢？阿皮呢？
I awoke early and headed down into the greenhouse to see Fitz. He's always there. Crack of dawn, every morning like clockwork.
How come?
It's where he's happiest. That and he has a great deal of work to do every day. Watering, pruning, mulching, whatever that is.
Do you help him with the work in the greenhouse?
Oh, no. I wouldn't dream of it. I'd probably break something.
So, you stayed with Fitz the whole day?
No. In the early afternoon, he went back inside.
Did he say why?
He didn't. Probably just a touch of heat stroke, the poor dear.
What did you do after that?
Let's see.
And how many birds are you...
Officially 4, but in truth it's more like 400.
Can they not feed themselves?
Of course. But I think they just... as do I. Sometime in the evening, I left the aviary and headed back towards my room. But in the hall, I spotted Uncle Pointer heading down the stairs. He was muttering something. Seemed a bit upset, the poor dear. I followed him down, but the grand hall was empty by the time I got there. Empty aside from Detective Hawkshaw, who was loitering over by the library. I don't know what it was, but she looked a little lost. I inquired about the professor, and she told me he'd gone up the Fellow Tower. I ran up the stairs, hoping to catch up with him, but Felix appeared and blocked my path. For some reason, he was coming out of Fitz's bedroom. He looked rather lost, too. I told him I was looking for Uncle. He suggested we look up in Flora's tower room. We could see from the hallway. The door was off its hinges. I knew then something was terribly wrong. A moment later, we were gazing down on the body of poor Freya. Uncle Pointer was there. Fitz, too, standing over in the corner with Fifi and Poppy.
What about Flora?
Of course, silent as ever. Uncle suggested we should leave. Give the others some space, you know. So he and I both returned to our rooms in Pointer Tower. A fellow bird enthusiast. She's quite the expert, truth be told. Studied them professionally at one point. I think her father...
Are you friends with Flora?
A little bit.
A little bit friends.
She's one for the piece.
I can see that.
I do admire her, though. Always felt like she could have done better than...
Ouch.
I said it. I must say, I really People are better off when they just... Between you and me, I think... She mostly ignores me if I'm on...
How come?
Well, we're not quite on...
you don't...
No. I'm comfortable with it.
Alright.
She's a most unsavory little... She was incredibly rude about my appearance.
Which part? The giant bird arms, or...
If I were her, I'd go easy on the judgment of others. I mean, look at her. She looks like the ghost of a scarecrow. I just wish Uncle Pointer would tell...
Professor Pointer?
Oh, it was Uncle that called her in. She's his responsibility. Did you not know that?
哦，所以他的客户就是 Pointer 教授。
She'd sit in the aviary. First thing, sometimes she'd ask me their names.
Freya was interested in studying.
No, just wanted to know. Isabelle, Clementine, Myrtle, Lysandre, Genevieve.
Got it, thanks.
For my 21st birthday, she gave me a framed painting. All the birds from a single spring, with their names written underneath. I can't begin to tell you how much I've treasured it.
Sounds like you two were close.
I feel like I always struggled to articulate my admiration for her. But she had a way of understanding unspoken things.
OK，
She'd sit in the aviary, first thing in the morning, and paint the birds. Sometimes she'd ask me their names.
Freya was interested.
No, just wanted to know. Isabel, Clement.
Got it, thanks.
For my 21st birthday, she gave all the birds from a single spring. I can't begin to tell you how much I tried.
Sounds like you two were close.
I feel like I always struggled to articulate my admiration, but she had a way of understanding. Isn't he strapping?
He is big.
And so brooding.
Kinda sulky, yeah.
I can never tell what's going on.
And just
I don't remember asking for your... Oh, she's beautiful! Who is she? Wait, is that... Is that me?
Kelly.
Oh, did you talk to Poppy already?
Yeah, a little bit.
Did you make any notes of what she told you?
Yeah,
Lovely. Burn them. It'll all be lies.
Why would Poppy lie to us?
Because that's what she does. She's a snake. Looks like one too.
那不是你的
think you're being a little
女儿吗？
She started it.
我都搞错了。看一下族谱好了。
We can get into Penny's room.
Now, like, right now? Locked.
There must be some way to... What is
I think it's a family.
我等一下再回来。 OK， 回来了。盘尼洛普，好是这个 Happy。这个是很多了。他有说是什么教授吗？他没说哎。但他刚才有说他那个啦，他妈妈不知道跑去哪了。什么？ Nike 房间，佩妮的房间。
It's a birdhouse.
Are those real? Nope.
They're using up all the perches. What if a real bird wanted to use it?
Reset the puzzle. Just gonna rest my brain. That's some.
There's something weird about it. It just feels out of place.
一种色彩鲜艳、形状奇特的花，看起来很健康，照顾得很好。盆里的土看起来清晰湿润，呈现一种不寻常的颜色。
Looks like nature invited itself in. Rude. Traveling cases.
Empty. All of them.
全部都空的。
Penny's books. Mostly not.
Traveling cases.
哦，它有好多行李箱，我现在才发现。
Empty. All of them.
That bed. It's like.
Does it feel warm over there?
No, you're right. Maybe the bed.
It's not coming from the bed. It's coming from the wall. A little bedtime.
Let's see. Romance novel. And
What?
this one appears to be both.
Nice.
从墙这边传来的暖意。
That bed. It's like.
Does it feel warm over
No, you're right.
It's not coming from the bed. It's coming from the wall.
A little tea set.
One of the cups
What's
is
in the other one?
birdseed.
好，真的只有对象只有鸟。
Ever get the feeling
The mannequins don't have eyes.
That's not a cup. Looks like nature. Rude. Ever get the feeling
mannequins don't
That's not anything in
Bed
there.
sheets.
That's not even remotely suspicious.
它有一个谜题在里面。阿皮的房间。
It's an octopus.
No, it's not. It has 6 legs. Nodding. Don't say it.
Sextopus.
Oh, thank goodness. There are 7 lit. Wouldn't want it to be dark in here.
It's a metronome for keeping time.
It's ticking. Is it a bomb?
It's supposed to be ticking. Not sure what those symbols are, though. Nothing.
We can't rotate the pendulum.
Still locked.
The symbols on the buttons look pretty similar.
Yeah, I think they're the same symbols.
但 Y 跟这个是同一个的。
That was
So the pressing them seems to rotate those two pendulums. Shouldn't be too hard to get all of them. So the symbols on the buttons, they each represent. Pressing them seems to rotate those two pendulums by 45 degrees. Shouldn't be too hard to get all of them to rotate up to the top.
that was
So the symbols on the buttons, they each represent two pendulums. Pressing them seems to rotate those two pendulums by 45 degrees. Shouldn't be too hard to get all of them to rotate up.
让他们都旋转到顶部。
Reset the puzzle.
that was
So the symbols on the button, pressing them shouldn't be too hard to get.
这是这样的，个。
that was
So pressing them shouldn't be too hard to get.
I'll come back later.
Anything in the
Nothing you need to know about.
drawer? That?
I thought vampires.
This is a vampire who needs firm support for their little. A big glass door leads out into a garden.
There's a little mechanism by the hand.
月亮就知道。这样子嘛，
Something happened.
That must be it. And the
I still feel like we made some sort of. It's locked.
I thought we
We
were.
are.
What's that thing by the hand?
It made a noise.
I guess that was right. Finally.
Whatever's on the other side better be worth it. It's a rose bush. Apart from a couple of loose
The
petals.
roses are bright.
Aren't roses
Exactly.
a little pond?
It looks really. See those metal bars around the edges?
Oh, yeah.
Nothing anymore. Looks like somebody broke them and then never bothered to fix it. More egg statues.
I don't get it.
Well, either they had a sculptor was
What do
just.
you mean?
An egg has got to be the easiest shape. Giant stone frog.
Ah, he's got his tongue out.
Except those aren't snowflakes. They're feathers.
这些羽毛大都是在大实话时中发现，没有一根羽毛是墨姬鸟。
That's one big
Or
dragon.
one very small dragon. It's a rose bush.
The roses are bright.
Aren't
Exactly. It's so relaxing. I might just stay here.
Oh, shut up.
That'd be great.
It's another little statue.
He's playing a lute this time.
He's also wearing headphones.
Well, they're not part of and they're not headphones. They're earmuffs.
那个人破旧手拿鲁特琴的奇怪生物雕像，雕像头上戴着一对耳罩。
It's so relaxing. I might just stay here.
How shall I go?
That'd be great.
Oh, good. I'm glad to know there's
Not all bridges are
这
trees.
in a garden.
In a garden. The door into poppies.
So only Poppy and Fitz.
Ah, I guess so. That?
I thought
This is
vampires
a vampire who needs firm.
gloomy.
But roomy. Oh, thank. Wouldn't want it to be empty. Just a bunch of nothing weird
To
about that.
you. More handwritten sheet music.
Ah, yes, sage. Oh, it's a good omen.
It's an eye.
Sheet music.
It's only a few notes.
Yeah, it's been framed though. Must be important for some reason. There's an, you know, these. A single. How very.
Yeah, weird.
Anything in the drawer?
Nothing you need to know about.
anything in the world.
Dresses mostly. I never realized there are so many shades of blue.
A lamp. It is most definitely.
point 的教授吧，一滚翘 point 的教授。
You know, I've always wanted one of those.
A mechanical sewer.
I would look at it.
Wait a minute. Earth in the middle. So how old is this thing?
旋转围绕中心的5颗行星、太阳跟月亮。当然，臭鞭子。中间这个不能转，对，中间这个不能转。这个是可以解得出来的，但这一个地方不知道怎么解，一定这样放，前面是这样放，这个也是这样放。 但这边就是要再调啊！这样的，这样子。
My God.
I'm impressed. Did you hear that? Something.
There's a little hatch underneath.
A bunch of paper. Looks like somebody's research.
金甲虫。 因怪骨骼而得名，由大约90%类似黄金的矿物组成，寿命为数年，它会发出巨大的嘶嘶声，记录超过95分贝，造成捕食者完全无法消化。这是第一捕食者，有不太可靠的传言指出，看见这种神秘生物招来厄运。
It's too cloudy.
It's also daytime. It's also daytime.
A bell jar.
What do people normally
Other than bells, you mean?
很丑吗？
A spyglass.
They're in very good condition. There's something kinda. I just expected a bit.
Oh, does it not compare to all the trinkets?
They're clearly gizmo.
It's tidier than the notebook, isn't it?
So, even the most well-used notebooks start off blank.
It's tidier.
So, even the most well-used.
It's tidier than mine. The notebook, isn't
So,
it?
even the most well-used.
It's a chart of which planet are you?
What is it?
It's large.
You're not wrong.
It's too cloudy.
It's also daytime.
Shh, listen. Do you hear them? The stars. They're whispering. So
我不
quiet
喜欢他的脸。
and yet so loud.
What are they whispering about? Are they spreading rumors about us?
I shouldn't think they concern themselves with such insignificance. We are but specks of dust, you and I.
Could this speck of dust start by telling me his name?
You find yourself standing in the astronomy tower of one Professor Percival Pointer.
Percival.
Seems like this tower belongs to the Pointers, and the other one belongs to the Fellows.
Well observed, my dear. Tangle Tower is something of a duality, as it happens. Meaningless boundaries, really. They exist only in our minds.
Helpful.
Me? Not much to say. Strictly speaking, I'm the current head of the Pointer family. And of course, father to my precious Poppy.
And a professional astronomer?
Oh no, that's just a little hobby. I mean, yes, I've studied the stars for over 35 years, published 17 books.
Just a little hobby.
Sounds like you're quite well known. You must bring in a good amount of money.
Oh dear me, no. My field of research has never yielded any kind of stable financial return, nor would I expect it to. I am nothing but a humble interpreter for the cosmos, working to translate its message so that I may share it with the world.
Cool. Tell the cosmos I say hi.
昨天
The day began as any other, with blissful, unremarkable routine. I took my usual morning walk around the gardens. Fresh air does wonders for the mind.
Did you see anyone else?
Penelope and Fitz were in the greenhouse together. I didn't bother them, of course. I sat for a while besides the pond in the garden. It's a favorite spot of mine. Eventually, I returned to my tower and buried myself in my studies for the afternoon.
Did you use your telescope yesterday?
Once the stars began to appear, naturally.
For how long?
I can't say. I've been known to lose hours at my telescope.
Did you see anything?
No actual discoveries, if that's what you mean.
So you were all alone up in the astronomy tower. Must have been a while before you found out what had happened to Freya.
Quite. Normally, I would be the last to find out about such a thing. But a curious tug of fate led me towards the fellow tower later that evening.
什么意思？
I was at my telescope for the majority of the evening, but at one point I returned to my desk to look something up in a reference book. I couldn't find the book I wanted, so I figured Fiona must have borrowed it. I left my tower and headed down towards the Grand Hall. I spotted Detective Hawkshaw coming out of the library. She looked impatient and slightly frustrated.
Same as ever then?
Quite. I passed her by and went upstairs to
可是他说
Fiona's room.
Point 教授
The
很惊
door was
慌
locked,
的
but I could hear
过
shouting
去，
coming from inside. I recognized Fiona's voice as well as the voice of my own daughter. I had no desire to invade their privacy by eavesdropping, so I waited for them to finish and come out into the hall. Before I could ask about the book, Poppy grabbed my hand and took me upstairs along with Fiona. It was apparent that both of them had already been crying about something. We went up to Flora's tower. Freya was laying on her back, right in the middle of the room. Flora and Fitz were already there. They both looked stoic as ever. Felix and Penny arrived shortly after we did, and then Fiona went downstairs with Poppy for some reason. I quickly decided that I should leave also. I took Penelope with me, and we both went back to our rooms in Pointer Tower.
Why did you leave so quickly? Wasn't there anything you could have done to help?
Don't take this the wrong way, but the whole ordeal is fellow family business. I'm quite sure they don't need me getting in the way at a time like that. A listless soul drifting through the ether.
What's wrong with her?
Not sure. She's always been troubled. Comes from a dysfunctional family. I'd say you could ask her about it, but I think you might find that to be a bit of a dead end. He should learn to make the most of his lot in life. And he does have a lot in life.
You're talking about money?
Among other things, but yes, he currently has agency over a small fortune. That is, if he hasn't already squandered it or lost it.
You two don't get on?
Oh no, we're the best of friends.
我们是最好的
The
朋友。
heiress of Tangle Tower. Goodness knows what'll happen when she takes charge. I dare say she'll confiscate my telescope and replace it with a microscope.
She doesn't seem to be the type to impress her will on others.
Still, keep an eye on her. Dangerously intelligent, that one.
You sound jealous. Wait, are you two science rivals?
Oh no, we operate on very different wavelengths. Literally. Hard to read, that one, but she seems to know what she's doing.
She's kind of mean.
You know, I simply assumed all detectives were sharp, rigorous, and thorough. Then, of course, I met you. Nobody could deny her talent. She was remarkable, artistically gifted, but also highly intelligent.
Those two things aren't mutually exclusive, you know.
Was she ever interested in astronomy?
I don't think she was. the fault, but I think she was captivated. My daughter loved her. That said, in the last year or so, wandering the gardens at the she must have explored quite a restless. I'm surprised she chose to live at. What do you want me to say? He's the guard.
He's a member of the...
Yeah, but not the Pointer family.
What happened to his parents?
His father, Flint, is Felix's brother. I don't think anybody knows what happened.
What about his mother?
Emily? I've not met her. She never... Her relationship with Flint was... I don't especially want to talk about myself. Introspection of...
Wait,
why don't we discuss the moons?
I'm not sure if
83.
Yeah.
Ah, Penelope, our
Penny's your niece, is that
at this moment until she marries the guard.
She'll still be your niece.
But she'll depart from the world of fellows, like rats deserting us. My Poppy, my exceptionally talented pianist. Hold on, why is she on your list of suspects?
Because she's a suspect.
Oh no, I can personally... Well, the truth...
If you don't mind me asking, what happened to Poppy's mother?
Primrose? She was Flora's sister, a Remington by birth. The playing field has...
Where did she go?
Away. She went away.
So, what's up with this baby?
I can't help you, I'm afraid. I think it must be something left behind. I'm not the first scientist to ever...
Well, it wasn't in the halls.
Oh, my. This is the first piece that Primrose ever learned on the piano. Primrose, that is. She passed it down to Poppy when she started teaching her how
Poppy's
to play.
piano teacher was her mother.
Of course. Warms my heart to know that after everything... I've seen those earmuffs. They're the ones Fitz always wears when he's out the front.
Always wears?
Whenever I've seen him, yes.
啊？
I've seen those earmuffs. They're the ones Fitz always wears when he's out the
他
front.
在忙年一直时候都会带着，那他怎么挑那声音呢？
Whenever I've seen... I think you may wish to adjust your threshold of... What kind of flower is
We're
that?
not sure. I think it might be the only one.
Primrose would know. My wife was a floriculturalist. That's a flower joke.
Interesting.
That's rather a small cage for 3 birds, isn't it? But then... That's rather a small cage. But then, aren't we all... Curious creature, isn't it? Some sort of...
Playing a trumpet.
Playing... Oh, you found a murder.
Steady on. It's
Looks like a weapon. Oh, you found
Steady
a...
on.
Looks like a weapon. Fitz seems rather keen to grow...
What's wrong with that?
Well, you can... Makes you wonder...
对啊，他种这个只是欣赏吗？
What's this?
It looks like it might be a telescope. You might know.
Well, it certainly... It has a part there to screw onto a tripod. It's rather small, though.
No.
A diary can be a...
How do you know it's a diary?
I suppose I But it does look... Yes, very nice. Where is that bird of Flora's? It's been a while since I've seen it. That's a very old book. It looks like someone could...
I like the look of a better than one that's never been.
Ah, Freya was well acquainted.
What does it
To
look...
me, it's a big...
What a fascinating...
He's right, though. It is a big red thing.
These were done by Freya. She
I
must...
guess.
This looks a little rushed, even by Felix.
At least he tried.
Yes, I suppose it keeps his mind from... This looks a
And,
little...
uh,
Even
At least he
yes,
tried.
keeps his... This is supposed to be
I
Felix.
think so.
I see he's a Curious little thing. You know what she
Nothing. At the moment.
How bizarre.
Can't a woman keep an empty egg?
I haven't seen that tape. Who broke it?
No idea.
Ah, well. Pointer property originally purloined by the fellows. Typical. Is this important?
Possibly.
Here's a thought. Do you... After all, it was
I
found...
guess.
I find that...
Oh, yeah?
The knife with real... The whole... Where on earth did you find...
It was in a bush outside.
How peculiar.
Hmm?
A very old statue indeed. I'd recommend you... The poor fellows... Isn't the process of decay fascinating?
It's not really decaying.
It's becoming... Not exactly a...
It's enough. So which one is Tangle?
What's that?
There are 2 towers, right?
Neither? You'd have to ask
She
for.
named the house?
The whole thing is...
With Felix, you mean?
No. Her brother and the Remington family was a rather... I don't think Flora...
That's all the statements.
Let's go over them all. That's all the statements collected. Let's run through them all to see if
anyone's been lying.
That too.
Fitz and I were up in the Moonlight Garden most of the afternoon. Then we heard this sound. Lasted about 3 seconds.
We thought it was coming from Flora's tower, so we went up there.
Her door was locked. Nobody was answering. So I made Fitz kick down the door.
Poppy and I went in. Freya was right there, laying on her back.
I left my tower and headed down towards the Grand Hall.
But in the hall, I spotted Uncle Pointer heading down the stairs. I vacated the library, but before I could begin my ascent, Professor Pointer appeared.
I didn't know what to do. So I ran downstairs to get Fifi.
I heard someone heading down the stairs, just outside my room.
Someone began banging on the door. I ignored it until the someone began shouting at me.
Eventually, she let me in.
I spotted Detective Hawkshaw coming out of the library.
He emerged from the Pointer staircase, crossed the hall, and begun up the fellow staircase. As I was passing through the front door, Penelope called out from behind me. I inquired about the professor, and she told me he'd gone up the fellow tower.
I told her what had happened. She didn't believe me. She got angry.
I thought she was playing a trick on me, so I punched her in the face.
I recognized Fiona's voice as well as the voice of my own daughter.
We left the room, and Poppy's father was waiting outside. He followed us upstairs.
I ran up the stairs, hoping to catch up with him, but Felix appeared and blocked my path.
Back in the hallway, I bumped into a very concerned-looking Penelope. She was heading up Fellow Tower to find Professor Pointer, so I escorted her.
Poppy left the room for a while. When she came back, she had her father with her, and Fifi too.
Felix and Penny arrived shortly after we did.
A moment later, we were gazing down on the body of poor Freya.
Then I took a sample of the red paint on the unfinished painting.
She took me down to the library. We were in there about 15 minutes.
I quickly decided that I should leave also. I took Penelope with me, and we both went back to our rooms in Pointer Tower.
I wanted to go back to my room, but I realized nobody had told Detective Hawkshaw anything.
An unremarkable hour passed before the gardener finally made his appearance.
I think she was annoyed about being made to wait outside so long, but when I told her about Freya, she fell silent.
That's disappointing.
What is?
All the statements line up with each other.
Well,
They don't just line up. Some of them even seem to specifically confirm each other. That's all the statements. Let's run through
To see if anyone's been.
them完的，就这样吗？
Name, Poppy Pointer. Age, 19. Profession, Apparently Poppy has defaced my notes. Under profession, I had of course originally written pianist, but she has crossed that out and written the ghost of Christmas yet to come. Name, Hawkshaw. Likes, quote, dislikes, quote, being Name, Fitzfellow. Age, 24. Likes, soil, dislikes,
Hang on. Cryptobotanist?
That may well be his preferred.
Do you and Fitz not see eye to
We
eye?
do not.
Well, I wouldn't have thought so. He's well over 6 foot and
So, what's your problem with him?
Exactly 1 week ago, I witnessed him. He was making every effort.
So?
He was also carrying a knife. Name, Penelope Pointer. Age, 27. Likes, birds. Notes, I have never had birds. Name, Percival Pointer.
I'm...
Oh yes, of course. How uncharacteristically forgetful of me. This belongs to Professor Pointer, does it not?
No, I don't think so.
Who else would own such a pointless little telescope?
It's a telescope.
Oh yes, it has a telescope. It can only be used for looking. The fruit here has a unique chemical. It makes them completely, unless you wish to cut it down.
It's not edible.
Depends
On what?
on the structural That blade.
It's a troll.
It is? Why did Poppy leave shards of glass all over this statue?
What makes you think
The
it was...
statue lives in the music room. Who else? I am scared of birds.
Why?
It is an irrational fear. I have no... It is a flower. It reminds me of something, but I cannot say. What a mess. Penelope should tidy up after.
These weren't dropped by Penny, I think.
My argument.
What's wrong?
Earmuffs do not go. An item from Poppy's childhood. Her earliest piano lessons.
Why's that?
No idea. She has never graced me with the details.
You two are friends, right?
We are, yes.
But
It is clear to me now that Poppy...
is it anything to do with
Oh,
Freya?
no. The changes in Poppy's mood have nothing to do with Freya. Now, this is interesting. Where did you find it?
In the
And
astronomy.
yet, it does not...
Nope.
In fact, you could even say that...
Yeah.
I would not say that, however.
Oh.
No, it would be to study science in any field. Living or...
There's something about Hawkshaw. Something.
Let's ask her about it.
This little microscope thing? You said you used it to search the greenhouse.
And this would make perfect sense, if you knew what my client had asked me to find. Of course, I still have no intention of disclosing that information.
You're such a tease, Hawkshaw. Don't worry, we already worked out what you're searching for.
受雇寻找什么？这个，
That's not right.
这个，
You're not as hopeless as you look.
Thanks.
So, that's what you were looking for in the greenhouse? This beetle?
Surely even you can understand the logic of it. The greenhouse is home to a great many insects. The gardener could have easily kept the beetle hidden in there.
Well, Fitz said you questioned him, but didn't actually search the greenhouse.
He is not exactly the type to appreciate subtlety. He simply didn't notice that I was using my microscope.
What do you reckon, Grimoire?
I know for a fact you didn't use the microscope in the greenhouse.
It's 不是
Not
显
a
微镜，
microscope at all.
All of a sudden, Detective Grimoire is some kind of expert on microscopes.
The handheld microscope is a part of a telescopic lens, so Hawkshaw lied about it. Almost. Maybe just... The handheld microscope? Nope. The handheld. Almost. Maybe just... The handheld mic. That's not right. The handheld microscope, according to Fifi, uses a telescopic lens, so Hawkshaw lied about it. I'm inclined to believe Fifi.
Hawkshaw, why did you lie about...
When you were a child, what did you...
A detective?
Emperor of the Galaxy?
I wanted to be an astronomer.
Really?
I harbored a desire to... A fool's errand, to be sure. At 15, I decided instead to apply my intelligence to the world and so I became... But the yearning for elusive knowledge is
Sorry, but...
a memento. for my child, little more than a toy.
Why did you bring it with you?
When I discovered that it was Professor Pointer who had hired me, I dared to consider it something of a planetary. I had hoped he might sign an extremely childish.
I never would have guessed.
Hold on. You're admitting you didn't use it in the greenhouse.
Correct. As it happens, Professor Pointer doesn't consider the gardener a suspect in our...
So, who is your suspect?
Things have become complicated. My lead suspect is your murder victim.
Huh.
Professor Pointer's a respect keeps himself to himself. What?
We're just surprised.
That was the most polite.
I find her rather embarrassing.
Penny must be at least
27. Just makes it. Poppy has remarked she could be famous, wealthy.
I should probably have to leave town.
Quite. Where did you find this?
Or who might have had
I
it.
have several. But they are my theory. Is that a clue?
Don't know. It
I
wasn't.
framed my law degree. It doesn't make it a clue. One of 3 statues depict. This one is where... Perhaps they belong to someone who...
They're not headphones. They're earmuffs. For blocking out sound.
Perhaps they belong to someone... Is that a clue?
Don't know.
I framed...
Same?
Do you also have a pot?
Not yet.
Can you consider that important evidence? 3 birds. What makes them worth? Would they not be happier flying?
But then they might fly away from
I
town.
wonder if they would. Some breed of amphibious humanoid. Potentially bipedal. Although none of the statues show the creatures.
I guess, well...
This is a potential.
I don't know. I don't think the murder...
I think you'd be surprised. The people here are surprisingly materialistic.
Materialistic?
Growing this fruit, for what possible purpose? What would you do, Grimoire, if you...
This belongs to you?
Correct.
And...
It's my hand.
What do you magnify with it?
Trace particles.
Have you used it?
I have.
What were you looking
That is...
我想去这两边看有没有像是人鱼的雕像，好像没有。玫瑰，看。2楼是那个嘛，鲁特琴。3楼哪地方我有看过那个鱼人雕像？3楼我忘记了。1楼是那个喇叭，吹喇叭的嘛。那我觉得我可以去花园做那个谜题。
Should we take another?
看都没有看过的符号，告肥。好了，我知道它这个应该是跟这4个符号有所关联，然后并找出其他的符号了。
Let's come back later.
好吧。现在没有解的是他的日记，这边有个鸟的谜题，节拍器的谜题，跟弗雷亚画室的。这个我没有看到其他线索，那真的只能从这里面开始找了。好吧，橘色、粉红色，所以橘色都会在粉红色的左边嘛，我可以这样推吧。然后绿是短的，蓝是长的，吗？这个能对谁？这个没有意义啊，这样对没有意义。还是这样？那是左边是长刷吗？ 这样拼嘛，然后这样子，这样子，这样子，这样子，这样子。哦，短到长，蓝色在绿色的右边。这个在左边，然后这样子吧，这样短到长嘛，啊，绿色在蓝色的右边，来，绿色在蓝色的右边，对，这样子。蓝色在绿色的右边啊，靠腰讲错。这个三角形在这个长方形的左边，对，都有了。橘色，粉红色在橘色的右边。这个要对调了。不对，它指的是6个笔刷，对不对？这个是最短的，再来中间是绿的，这边是绿的，然后这边是有三角形跟粉红色的棒棒的，然后这是蓝色的，这样子，然后这是绿色的，蓝色嘛，这边是蓝色，然后是最高的嘛。
Did it.
Not bad. What was in the box?
Just a photograph. Well, most of a photograph.
弗利亚跟菲菲这两个，阿比被吃掉了。好，解完了一个了，还剩2个。我想去FIFA了，算。
It's a birdhouse.
Are those real?
要我看，这应该是族谱。左右加起来应该是会生出中间这一只，而中间这一只，如果我要算的话，两边都，这个可能是上面这个这样子，然后这个跟这个做结合，全开跟闭眼合起来就是这一种，啊，这个闭眼好像怪怪的，对啊，怪怪的，应该是这样子，应该是这样子。
That's the one.
Hey, not bad. Did the door open?
No, I'll get her. 小我要对付他。花瓣来自生长在屋顶花园的红玫瑰，好可怕。剩一个节拍器，
It's a
节拍器
metronome.
很难呢。这个大家不要说，使用按钮旋转4个节拍器的刻度传至顶部连环，全部吗？
There we go.
Perfect.
这么简单吗？
What happened?
A little hatch.
Anything in there?
Mm-hmm. Part of a photograph.
哇！所以 Papi 以前这么的活泼。
There's something about that. Something.
Let's ask Poppy about it.
I need to confirm something with you, Poppy.
Confirm away.
What can you tell us about this cassette tape? Is it yours?
It belongs to Freya. She liked to have music playing while she was painting, you know.
And do you know what kind of music is on this tape?
No idea. Acid jazz?
It's piano music. Sounds an awful lot like your music, to be honest.
Sure it doesn't belong to you?
Why are we even talking about this? Cassette tapes have been redundant for a good few years now.
The tape was found at the crime scene. It was in the gramophone.
It's not mine. I'd never own anything like that.
Why not?
Not my color.
You used to like these colors.
Ridiculous.
We need a clue to compare with the cassette tape. Something that proves Poppy. Let's take a closer look at this. The pink cassette tape found at the crime scene matches the pink cassette player used by Poppy in this old photo.
That is not me.
Yeah, it is. I'll prove it. You look a little different, but Fifi and Freya are pretty recognizable. It's clearly a photo of you with your two best friends. Why'd you tear it up? And then hide it?
I think the answer is pretty straightforward. Poppy doesn't want to look like that anymore.
That's it. Makes this whole thing seem...
Maybe?
reason.
The passage of time is a...
Hold on. This means that pink cassette tape does...
It used to. I recorded some piano music on
Freya
it.
could have easily been listening to this tape at the exact... There's gotta be a connection.
There's one other thing I want to know. How did it get that crack down the...
I have no idea.
I need to confirm.
Confirm?
What can you
It belonged
When do you know
no
what
idea.
It sounds an...
Sure, it doesn't.
Why are we...
The tape was found.
It's not.
Why not?
Not.
Somebody gave it to you.
Ah!
I don't know.
Weird.
Well, my room is full of junk. I don't mean like... Please stop talking. Those pedals...
What about them?
It's nothing.
This is a photo of...
Yeah,
How come you're not in it?
I'm not really one.
Fifi looks like she...
Fifi's loyalty to Freya is... You get some weird insects I've never seen.
I'm
one.
not sure anyone.
Freya might have. She used to... For fun. Yeah, it's mine.
Can you play the tune for me?
Sure. It's...
Do you know where those earmuffs came
I
from?
put them there.
Why?
I found them lying around. I think they belonged to Fitz. I thought they looked like headphones. Like he's in... No?
If they do belong to Fitz, he hasn't taken them back. When did you find
This
them?
morning.
Where?
I don't know, in a hole. I see a lot of birds. They seem to really like
Why's that?
It's quiet. Never seen that one before.
No. We found it.
Right. I think it's kind of cruel to keep 3 birds.
Does Penny not...
Oh, she does. She must. Penny can be a little...
There's something about that diary we found. Something.
Let's ask her about it.
Is this your diary, Fifi? We found it in your bedroom.
Of course it is mine. Ridiculous question.
Why is it locked up like that?
Do you seriously require an explanation? Very well. A fairly common concept, the so-called
So, they're ours?
This particular diary is unused.
It doesn't look unused.
It's somebody else's diary.
How could you arrive at that conclusion? It is kept in my bedroom.
We need a clue to compare.
证明哦。
Let's take a closer look at this.
这本蓝色的书就是金属锁。等下这个可以倒过来吗？不行。
This blue book is somewhat similar to The Secret Diary, which proves it belonged to Freya. Almost. Maybe just... This blue book... Nope. This blue book is the same thing as The Secret Diary, which proves it belonged to Freya.
You were hiding Freya's diary in your room, and you kept it locked, too.
Why would I do either of these things?
Fifi 为什么要藏弗雷亚的日记？等一下，那个密函是什么？
Freya didn't want anyone to see Fifi within Freya's diary. Nope. Freya didn't want anyone to see personal secrets within Freya's diary. Almost.
Nope.
Maybe just... Freya, that's not right. Freya, that's not right either.
也许不想让我们看到弗雷亚里面写的东西。 这样
That's not right
这
either.
样不是。啊
Freya, that's not right either.
That's not... We still need to choose two straight though.
Fifi, almost. Maybe just... Fifi, almost. Maybe just... Fifi, almost. Maybe just... Fifi didn't want anyone to see personal secrets within Freya's diary.
Is this true, Fifi?
I know Freya was your friend, but if you're trying to hide something...
You did not know Freya, so this might be difficult to understand. She did her own thing, in her own way. By concealing Freya's written accounts, it is simply my intention to preserve her innocence.
Innocence?
Might be easier if you just let us read the diary, Fifi.
Very well. I will open it. However, as you read it, please remember, Freya was the most kind and the most wise person I have ever known.
Alright, Fifi unlocked the diary.
Finally. What's in there?
他回来了，这次有实际的行李是我吗？是我放出去的吗？也许我该把那布瓜撕了。画魂是有用的，进的小东西，现在有两个，还需要两个。找到通往中间的路和搜寻比起来意外简单。我看到他们能够5个眼睛涂黑了。不管发生什么事，我那样一个人真是我会尽力的。他需要一些陪伴。没了吗？没了吗？什么意思？
Can't say I've ever taken an interest. On occasion, I've dared to visit. It's all just a little too...
What do you mean?
Oh, did you know the sun is apparently... Okay, so what should I...
Don't look at me.
That's rather strange now, isn't
We
it?
found it in your room.
Just lying around.
Nope. You'd hidden it.
We do that.
Who's the her in the message?
It's really none of your business. Freya was very talented.
Do you know how old this...
Not sure. Sometime before Fiona settled on her current. Not a fan. Whose research is this?
We were hoping
No, Freya, perhaps. I know she was always very fond of grub.
Noted.
That's our guess too.
Excellent. Ooh, delightful.
Inedible, too.
Yes. But honestly, I think... Oh. Did Fitz show you that?
Not...
We found it hidden under his bed.
Ah, right. Haven't seen this one in a while. He lives in the music room.
Currently.
I must say the girls are off. I think they know we're in the present.
They belong to you.
They need a special diet, but they're all one of a kind.
Do they have names?
Of course. Let me introduce you to Tabitha, Tamara, and Tatiana.
I've already forgotten all three of those names.
Which one is which?
Oh, that's simple. Tatiana is the oldest. Tabitha is the most patient, and Tamara has the best sense of rhythm.
Det kan så är.
What about the one on your head?
On my head? It's just my hat. It doesn't have a name. Who would name their... Yes, it's my...
You don't like it?
I'm no good at caring for plants. I forget to water them. Birds are much easier. They're a lot more vocal.
Do you at least...
The look?
The colors?
Between you and me... There used to be all kinds of fascinating breeds.
Used to be.
Most of them are rather old.
What happened to the...
That. Looks a little simple. Thought she was a grade
I
12.
didn't know there were
I'm
that...
sure they invented... It's that bird. But these must have been drawn. How sad. Somebody taken an
Extinct.
绝种
Oh,
的。
yes.
Well, what about this bird?
This one was thought to be extinct for a long
So it's not...
You miss the very...
Oh.
I know a lot of people rather like...
I find it
And
overbearing.
for some reason, I think she was more trouble. Very nice.
You've seen these before?
Yes.
All of them. Even this one.
Yes. If I'm not this little red and white one. A bit vain to... Gaudy. Flora seems very fond of it. But then I could say the same...
Heyo.
Gaudy. Flora seems very fond. But then I could say...
Heyo.
How terrible.
怎么了？
You recognize it?
The color scheme. 3 different pinks. Obscene. Poppy's gramophone. She has a young child. She'd call it her mama on account of it belonging.
That's cute.
Oh yes, adorable. Freya doesn't take very good care of her paint. Then she was
Had her own.
Oh. I doubt Freya intended it, but the overall effect...
Don't you think?
It's Flora. She's an inescapably...
等一下，
There's something about the report of Fitz going up Pointer Tower. Something.
Let's ask him about it.
There's something about those petals. Something.
Let's ask her about it.
这个跟靠腰，这个跟这个的配色都一样的、啊。手拿一把刀嘛，他们的位置顺序是一样的。这是黄色的。我也会把他画的东西，就是准备好它的颜料，包含了黄色。这边的附近是黄色的，就这样所有意义。然后这什么？
Check out that book.
Looks evil.
Wow. Judgmental.
我先问
I
Penny，
feel like I'm standing in a giant birdcage. So, yeah, we found this.
Oh, that's nothing.
You wrote, "Now I'll get her," on a piece of paper and hid it in your room. That's not nothing.
Actually, it's not the message I wanted to ask about. It's those red flower petals.
The petals.
They're from red roses. And there's only one place in Tangle Tower with red...
We need a clue. Something that... It's a drawing of Fitz and Poppy. See what Fitz is holding?
I couldn't have taken anything from the rooftop. It's only accessible from Fitz's room or Poppy's room. How could I have taken something from a...
Is it really only accessible
For most people, but don't forget, pennies.
My dears.
Penny 的一只鸟偷窃自 Pony 和 Fritz。你走他们偷的。
One of Penny's birds was stolen from Poppy and Fitz, and steal evidence from them. Almost. Maybe just.
Penny 的一只鸟被送给用来监视。
One of Penny's birds was used to spy on Poppy and Fitz and steal evidence from them. We know those two have been spending time together in the rooftop garden. I'm guessing you got paranoid. Wanted to know what they were up to.
I'm just not the jealous type. I would never suspect Fitz of anything like that. Besides, Tabitha hardly ever leaves her cage. She's certainly never flown up to the rooftop garden.
We need a clue to compare with Penny's birds. Something to prove one of them has been in the rooftop garden. Let's take a closer look at these.
这根黄色羽毛来自于黑你的黄色小鸟。那他去物理化也
This
是。
yellow feather was left behind by Penny's yellow bird when it visited the rooftop garden.
你
I can't stand it! Knowing the two
你
of
这
them
是
are
帽子吗
hidden away
你这是帽
up
子吗
there in their private little garden. I couldn't risk spying on them myself, so I asked dear Tabitha to do it for me. I knew she'd be able to bring me back some evidence.
Sorry, Penny, but are you not overreacting a little?
You don't understand. Fitz is slipping away from me. He's so quiet with me these days. But being with Poppy seems to bring him out of his shell. I don't know what he sees in her miserable little...
尴
I
尬。
apologize. This really isn't your burden to bear.
So, Fitz, I have a report that you were seen sneaking up Pointer Tower.
应该找 Poppy 吧。
Holding a knife.
That's not right. I don't go into Pointer Tower. I don't own a knife. And I don't sneak. Was it Fifi who told you this?
How did you know that?
A guess. She doesn't like me very much. But yeah, she was mistaken. Maybe she wasn't wearing her eye lens thing.
What do you think, Lemore?
Fifi did see Fitz, but he was holding something else.
So, if it wasn't a knife, what was it?
但是
What about this?
Ah, that.
Is it yours?
It was a gift. It's sentimental. I have no reason to take it up Pointer Tower. I don't use it at all.
Faith。我想一下，盆栽花是在哪里啊？佩妮的房间发现的吧？
Fitz is used? Nope. potted flower. That's not right. A potted flower. That's not right either.
这个是在楼下的啊。
An ornate trowel is used by Fitz to look after a potted flower in Penny's room.
That flower,
Yes?
I've never seen it before.
We need a clue to compare to that flower. That's not right. That's not right.
Let's take a closer look at these. The pot and so almost. Maybe. Let me guess. Penny's flower was originally a gift from you, Fitz. There's no way it's a coincidence.
No way what's a coincidence.
The flower. It looks exactly like Penny.
It took me a long time to breed. I wanted the colors to be exactly right.
That's some gift.
Turns out Penny isn't particularly interested in looking after plants. So I go into her room every now and again when she's not there. Water the flower, change the soil, just trying to keep it alive.
I'm sure I've read about dorm. Hello. Who penned this?
We don't know.
An anonymous class? Poppy really doesn't.
It wasn't in. It was in the little.
Exact. Fine.
That's a very.
I'm guessing she said no.
Would have been much more polite. Instead, she was accused me of being, to a visitor.
Not to you.
Try living in it. If it wasn't for my fits,
What about in her? You're the next oldest pointer.
Well, but no.
Is that fair?
I can't decide what's worse. Or how she looks.
Do you know who this is?
Oh, absolutely no.
Poppy's two closest friends. Freya looks so... Well now, that quite possible. What a precious photograph. She hasn't changed it. Oh, if you... Perhaps I...
Feathers flashing in the light, from a sunbeam gleaming bright. I shield my eyes and turn my head, but all at once I've been misled. Light is shining on the stage, but through the railings of a cage. Eavesdrop what the stars are saying, earthly tether slowly fraying, floating helpless from the worst of jealous hunger, selfish thirst. Take a moment, kneel and meet the flowers growing at your feet.
聆听 Poppy 的诗，一个都听不懂，谢谢。
Fitz, I don't trust Slippery.
An onion.
Did you two have a...
Oh, no. And I trust Fiona's judgment entirely. Yes, she's a very... quite the character. A fellow member of...
Is that a real thing?
No, just,
Has she questioned you
If
yet?
you call that question, I heard on the grape something called, honestly, it's
You reckon?
quite sure.
How do you know?
Because Percival Point. So,
I don't know.
That is not
I'm just holds on to just because he's always slightly pathetic.
And how long have you known him?
Over 35 years.
childhood friends.
Don't know, right? Penelope seems to have really settled into. She struggled a bit when she was younger.
How come?
Well, she was now, of course. It's a nice jest. Phew. Poppy's a good friend to mine. I think they get on well because they're so
Different, like how?
Poppy is Fiona. Still, Poppy always.
Heavy pride.
I've never seen that. Looks foul. Now this is still in.
What about those shards on the inside?
Looks like somebody broke a glass and cunning. That looks like it might. Why don't you ask Fiona? Looks like her. Bizarre things, huh? Penelope seems rather attached.
Do you not feel sorry for them?
Come now, I'm sure. That looks like it might be. Is that a clue?
It might be. The statue was up in...
Yes, it's been there. You can see the brass is slightly tarnished by the elements. Not true. I've never been one for music. Why not ask Poppy? What's this all about?
I'm pretty sure that...
If it's made of gold? My daughter Fiona and her they grow up so.
Do you know why it's ripped like that?
Ah, yes. No idea. Goodness me. Oh, dear.
Do you know who this is?
Not a...
We spoke to Hawkshaw. I assume. I bet that really.
Do you and Fitz have anything to do with each other? Other than your initials. You know the guy in the other tower?
Can you see him from your window? Can he see you?
What do you know about Penny?
I can't really imagine those two being.
You never know. Do you and Poppy get along?
Nothing. Shocker. Grimoire, what could you possibly be writing?
Oh no, I gave up making notes ages ago. Now I'm just doodling in the margins.
Okay. 不要在那边随便乱画啊！
This is a photo of Fifi, isn't it? Do you know anything about this beetle?
Do you recognize any of these feathers?
Do you know anything about these birds? Or bird? You haven't seen this yet, have you?
It's a little model of you. Who are the other people next to you? What do you think of your husband's hobby?
Do you have any hobbies? Flora, why do you keep it locked?
Is there supposed to be... Is this your gramophone?
Do you know why it's... Did you ask Freya to paint or was it her idea?
What is that you're holding? Some people have been saying.
好像卡住了。犯嫌疑犯聊聊你的案件档案，这是我的案件档案，这是我的第一件。
This photograph is my favorite photograph.
So...
That was not me. Besides, it was only a third. This photograph. Who is this her?
Well,
Then how can I meaningfully... Next!
Who is that?
I'm...
I'll say this.
That's a nice way.
Fitz spends most of his time, but I heard he's been breeding
Wow.
I just wonder if he's... photograph of Freya. Could be important. These people really are. Who's that?
Not sure.
Strange.
I imagine you don't.
No, but he's always curious about what I'm asks me about the birds. He's pretty clued up.
I didn't think there was much overlap.
Penelope is my fiancée.
Don't take this the wrong way. Annie doesn't really strike me.
She's not who she pretends to be. People think she's... Well, they make assumptions.
And how's the relation?
Good. It's good. Poppy and I are friends.
Oh, I can buy that. Dark clothes, blue hair, an average of 3 words per second, like 2 peas in a pod.
She's very kind, and she has an interest in plants. Unusual flowers I've been teaching her.
Right.
Is something wrong? Penelope's 3 favorite birds. She's very protective.
Are they, like...
Oh, they have names. Penelope loves to name.
Do you remember?
I do not. A flower.
连他未婚夫也忘记了。
We found it in Penny's room.
Okay.
Mean anything to you?
Why would it?
Come on.
I don't really go into Penny's room or anywhere. I just don't have a...
We found these up in the rooftop. Do you know how long?
No, could have. We don't...
Why not?
Nature is unruly. Wait, those they went missing about a week
What
ago.
do you need earmuffs?
I use them for gardening.
Why?
No, I wear them while I'm gardening.
That's genius.
Poppy's piano music. I remember when she started. She's improved a lot since
Yeah,
then.
that's
Right. I've seen beetles with brightly colored. They're relatively common. There's a difference between...
It can't be. All this just inside the earth. It's called alchemy.
It's Fifi and Freya.
Don't you think Poppy should
Maybe. Maybe she doesn't really like
2 people isn't a crowd.
Right, but if she was in the photo...
Check.
Any idea who this is?
No. Those petals, they,
What?
they're red.
A little chart of... Actually, I have no idea.
我该记这个东西吗？
What do you make of it?
Not a whole lot.
A chalkboard.
Is this a library or...
看起来好像一样，又看起来好像不一样。
I'm not sure I learned anything. That's all the statements. Let's run through
To see if anyone...
That too.
Fitz and I were up in the moon. We heard this. So I made
Poppy and I.
It's a bird bass. That just
birds seem...
They're even singing. Toot, toot, toot.
Please don't do that.
天文塔。天文塔会有什么？
So, even the most well-used... No...
A
They're in
spotlight?
very good condition.
A bell jar.
What do people
Other
normally...
than bells. Trinkets.
They're clearly gizmos. We already solved it.
Yeah, it's too...
It's also daytime. Pretty. What is it?
It's large.
You're not wrong. There's something kind of just
Oh,
expected.
does it not compare to all the... Every astronomy
I want to try.
You can see right...
Not by
I can
accident.
see Flora, but she's... Behind her is the backside. I can't really see anything behind it. It's the tower opposite this one. It's the tower opposite this one. I can just about see the ground. I can see the doorway. The door itself is on the floor, not You can see right.
Not by accident.
I can see behind her. I can't really see anything.
It's that little plant, Flora.
Don't you think it was
Maybe it's glued down. It's too dark back there. It's too dark back there.
Hold on. I think we might have missed.
Is that a...
I
Is
think...
there another room?
We should check that next time we're over there. Isn't this supposed to... I'm pretty sure you need to...
I can't move it. I think this is just how it's set up.
There's something about something.
Let's ask him about it.
So, Professor, what interests you about astronomy exactly?
It's not a matter of once you expand. I really don't like to give
Convenient?
Why do you ask?
I have a theory.
Oh, go on.
You're not really interested in astronomy at all.
What could you
I think you're interested in it.
That's not it. That's not it. That's not it. That's not it. That's not it.
What?
That's not it. That's not it. That's not it. That's not it. That's not it.
我这边没有什么可以拿来做证据的吧？没有吧？
That's not it. That's not it.
对，我觉得我错过什么？我觉得我错过什么？但
I don't have time for tiny, insignificant insects. My studies focus only.
Right. That's...
Yes, my little.
Yeah, about that. Pointer's telescope. Nope. Pointer's telescope. That's not right. Pointer's telescope was actually looking at the crime scene and not up at the sky.
First, you accuse me of being. Now you're accusing me of.
Are you spying?
Why would I?
Why? Because you lost your golden beetle specimen. You think somebody's...
Might not have been Flora you were spying on. Might have been Freya.
It's a very precious specimen. Valuable in ways you. Freya was always sneaking around. She was definitely.
So, you were looking to Flora's room. Around the... Did you witness the crime?
No, I did. When I looked into the room, Flora was...
Flora? You mean Freya?
No, I couldn't see Freya at all. It was fairly dark. That's why I decided to head over
This changes your statement, doesn't it?
No, everything I told you in my statement...
Apart from the reason you left her.
Right.
Let's go over what we know about the crime scene. Freya was...
Something to do with the statue in the garden, I think.
Maybe we should go back and check. And we...
This wasn't here.
What is it?
It's a little wooden toy.
There's a
What does it say? Grimoire?
Huh?
What do you think?
How?
Why don't we check the handwriting?
Good idea.
Well?
It's a perfect match.
Well, it's confirmed we have a ghost helping us.
Let's keep
What about the little...
Maybe we can put it to some kind... I'm still.
Should we take another look?
铃铛嘴巴，铃铛声唱歌，钢琴小鸟。
Let's come back later. We know a little more about the crime scene now. So, what do you think? Was Freya stabbed by her own painting?
The painted ink dip feather was used to paint the red tip of blood from the paint pot to resemble a bloody knife. Nope. Blood from the paint pot was used to paint the red tip of the painted ink dip feather to resemble a bloody knife.
I think you're right. Can't decide if I'm disappointed or relieved.
I have a question. Why?
Either it's a very strange coincidence, or somebody set it up.
Somebody deliberately put blood in the paint pot and hid that feather after the crime. Why? To distract us?
Possibly.
Well, it worked.
Possibly.
Flora's the only person who could have hidden the feather, unless someone took it from her.
Let's go over what we do know. The door was locked the whole time. It stayed locked until Fitz kicked it down. Normally, it can only be opened from the inside. Pointer said he couldn't see Freya from his telescope, but he did see Flora lying by the window.
So whatever got Freya got Flora too?
Except Flora survived. She didn't get a stab wound like Freya did.
Hold on. If there was no knife, then what did stab Freya?
It could be anything. It might not even be important.
How is it not important?
Right now, I'm less interested in the what and more interested in the how.
正音吧。
The angle of Freya's wound suggests she was stabbed at a perfect angle. That is, from directly in front of her. But she was standing right up by the canvas.
Somehow, Freya ended up lying on her back, still perfectly in line with a painting.
Maybe something went through it.
Through the painting? Wouldn't that leave a hole?
Okay, well, how about this? How do we know Freya was stabbed before she fell over? Maybe her being stabbed and her falling over are completely unrelated.
天花板吗？从天花板上刺杀下去。
It's a garden, I think. Ready when you are.
What is that?
Not sure.
Looks like it might attach to something.
Where's that light
It's
coming?
just daylight. There's a decent gap between them.
Oh, 果
Is
然。
that what I think it is? Is that what I think?
What's in that?
I bet it's
bones. A skull, at
You know,
least.
maybe I won't open it.
At least the moths are kept well fed.
It's standing up.
You know, there's a name for that.
I know.
It's not quite as. Also, it's stuffed.
Just dusty junk.
Someone painted
Do
out
you
the
think it was done recently?
No idea. Either way, it's pretty suspicious. It's a jar.
Huh.
Nothing catching my interest.
Sorry, is this
Kind of.
just dusty junk?
Nothing catching my
Sorry.
Kind of.
Just dusty junk. Just dusty junk.
Do you know what this is?
Guess not.
气红绳。 哦，阁楼。Gower Fleet。
I don't know what that is.
Me neither.
Me 3. Oh, I thought you said.
I won't take a shot.
What is that?
I'm not sure.
Why don't you go back and double? Maybe you'll find the rest of
I'm not so sure.
对，他说的没错，我应该回去看有没有其他的部分。但之前我就问菲菲。
Is this yours, Fifi?
I do not recognize. Besides, perhaps it could be you.
Was that?
Yes.
What is it?
We don't
My
know.
friends, shed
It's the most.
他也不知道，我要去阁楼看一下好了。
Where's that light coming?
There's a decent gap between. Is that what I think it is?
Nothing catching. Kind of.
你是有错过什么吗？
It's piano music.
Yeah. 然后怎么在那时候弹？我一推开它就会那个欸。啊？
I'm still not sure.
Should we take another look?
Let's come back later.
看一下。
Yeah, it's mine.
What's so special?
I got it from my teacher.
How long have you been
Since
playing?
the day I turned. I was really excited. When I arrived at my, she hadn't asked permission for 2 whole years.
Was Freya any good?
She would. One day, she just.
Why?
That's just it. There was no reason. That's when I realized things were different.
Can you play the tune?
Sure. Where did you find
It was in the attic.
Oh, I forgot we even had.
creepy?
We have no.
They're bird cages.
Is that a metaphor?
Oh, it totally is.
And
it's home to 3 especially fancy birds.
这不是鸟叫声的地方。
They're bird cages. But the birds
Is
are.
that a metaphor?
Oh, it totally is.
And
it's home to 3 especially fancy birds.
啊，掉好人参哦。
Weird.
It's someone humming a tune.
好了，剩鸟。鸟的话去哪里呀、湖边。哦哦，那边有那个喷泉呐、啊，好笨哦。
That's all.
So,
should we go back to the gun?
Let's try this again.
You know, I think we might be able to.
I'm sure we can solve this now. Let's try this again.
刚才讲什么？
That's got.
Nothing. Maybe it's broken.
Wait, do you hear that? Where do you think it goes?
Down.
We know a little more about the crime. It looks like the liquid is ice cold. It looks like the liquid is ice cold. What's in there? It's a little diagram of a beetle.
That's weird.
What?
It looks really compared to the beetles behind the glass.
9 beetles.
Poor little guy.
And there's a bunch of notes, mostly numbers. No idea what they. 9 beetles. And there's mostly numbers. No idea. A candle.
Very medieval.
I was
medieval pirates. Bugs.
Looks like they're made of metal. Hand-drawn entomology chart. A cracked glass tank with each one has one.
I like that you called them rooms.
It's so dark. I can barely tell what I'm looking at.
Thirsty? Forensic
That's an incredibly specific.
Forensic and
That's an incredibly specific.
This place would never pass a fire scene. Is that a lab coat?
Warning. Size small. We know a little more about the crime. So, was Freya's?
不是我们要再解一次了，我要出去。干。
The painted ink dip feather was used to paint the red.
等一下，怎么？
Blood from the paint pot.
locked.
Seems likely, doesn't it? Weird looking
I'm
safe.
pretty sure the latches can slide.
哦，姐这个我不会吧？急死死啊！但是蓝嘛，橘色连到这边，然后连回去，连回去之后呢，再从粉红色这边接，啊，接到哪里去呢？其实我也不知道，这样子吧，然后这样子接到橘色再上去一点，然后它接不上去了。那这个是要通到另外一边的，所以是要这样接，在上面，所以不是这样接。好，它接不上去，所以这时候中间应该会有东西可以挡住，那就是直接用这个，我推论没错的话，这个也接不上去。所以说是这样子，然后再接这个，接这个接上去，然后再往下滑，然后发现蓝色在最底下会冲到，是往上面，在这边，然后再上去，接到这里，往下，然后嘞，然后这边再过去，接到这里，橘色再往上，橘色再往上，这样子吗？这样子，然后它接上去嘛，然后再往底下接到这里，然后刚好对齐，然后刚好连上去，就锁。
That's the one.
Hey, not bad. Anything inside?
Yeah, more research.
这里的独特动物质群形成什么？也是一种化学物质，至今还无法辨别出什么。这些化学物质一直存在于水中，形成云雾并填满湖泊，造成动植物整个根本变异。较小的生物如植物纲型动物、昆虫、软体动物、两栖动物和甲壳类动物上受影响最大。然而，这些化学物质可能沿着食物链向上传播，导致鸟类和爬虫类发生变异。据我所知，哺乳类完全不受影响，包含人类。
Whose research is this? This is some seriously in-depth research.
That's impressive, but...
甲虫。装个水水。
So, this is Pointer's secret lab.
Definitely seems like he's the one using it.
I guess not a lot of people know about the secret entrance.
Right. But if Pointer's the only one, why would he need to lock his research?
He's just paranoid.
What do you think he's trying to...
Pointer 一直计划 Freya 在扎死 Freya。
Pointer has been planning to... Nope.
好，对不起。Pointer 一直试图培育金甲虫在地下实验室。
Pointer has been trying to breed the gold...
Why? Because it's rare?
Because it's gold?
Is that it?
I think so. I don't think he just wants to get one over. If he can breed his own gold, suddenly Poppy's inheritance is looking pretty...
Infinite. Might explain why he was so... Maybe somebody did...
Might have been Freya after all. We know she was trying to get through the secret door in the...
She might not have known what was down. Maybe she was just
curious. Sure. I reckon she knew.
Yeah, I think we're still... There's no way this is all just... We're done.
Ready to go down? Again?
It's an old coat rack.
2 cloaks and a green hat draped on top.
Old coat.
How exciting.
No, but they're also dead. Empty. Old
exciting.
and empty.
This room looks like...
It makes the rest of the house seem relative. A single book.
This is creepy.
Why?
I think it's a children's book.
莫基鸟、银蛇、豹魂蟹、花人。
We're too late. This photograph.
Why?
Not sure. Some kind of metal stabbing thingy.
一根光滑而坚固的金属棒被刺进一张照片里。这根胖子有一个弧形，像一支箭时钟的指针，它后面有个小痕。哦。
So what's the photo?
哦。有下一个洞。
Do you know who it is in the photo?
所以他不是 Felix。
This man in the photo. He reminds me of something.
Felix made a little model of him for Flora?
Yeah, it makes sense when you know who he is. Lord Fellow.
Really?
Wait, no, hang on.
Felix made a little model of him?
Yeah, it makes sense when you know who he is. Lord Remington.
Remington. That makes him Flora's, meaning the girl.
Yeah, it's her. See the bird, too.
I never would have guessed. Time sure did.
I don't know. There's a roll of paint, let me guess.
The rooftop. That name makes a little more sense in this context.
哦，所以弗雷亚一开始在的地方是储藏室，这是鸟舍、卧室、书房、卧室。
Study. Wait.
I know what you're thinking. I know.
How did we miss it? The rooftop. That name makes a little more. Storage.
It's Freya's room. The Grand Hall.
What's that thing?
I think it's that big glass.
Music room. It's the aviary.
The library.
That's the room. It's not labeled as anything.
I think it already existed when this was made.
That's the lake, right? I think that horizontal
It
line.
used to be a lot lower down than it.
So, the whole
Apparently.
Misted Mansion. Is it not Tangle?
Tangle Tower. Before the tower. This seems...
Agreed.
Wow.
A bunch of pictures. It's too dark.
It's not too dark. The frames are all empty.
A single.
This is...
Why?
I think it's a children's book.
Old cardboard.
How exciting.
Oh, they're also dead empty. Basements.
We're at the bottom of the must be.
Right. But if that's the lake bed.
Like what?
White, no plants. That's not what a lake looks like.
Ah.
Where are we?
白白黄黄的，啊，都没东
Did
西。
you notice how much light this room has? For a room with one candle?
It's all coming through the window.
I'm pretty sure a lake.
Why is there a room down here? And why is it so much older than
Still don't really know. Why.
Maybe they just wanted to get rich.
I feel like the Remingtons came here for
It's empty, though. More empty than a normal lake would be.
It is now, yeah. Maybe we're too late. Let's head. I want to find that last room. Wow.
How long were we down there?
This.
How are we supposed to...
Hang on, but I think there's a switch. A ladder.
Want to go up?
Let's not wander off right now. You know, in any normal room, this thing would be mine. In here, though, it barely makes... Dragon?
Snake?
Worm?
That's the one.
Is that a...
It's got a translucent...
Also, crabs normally... Good.
For more, don't you think it looks... This crab really...
That little wooden...
Yeah, but I don't think... I think I've seen it more recently.
的七打开，这个打开往上关。
Is that a crab?
It's got a...
Also, crab... Perfect.
Oh no!
What's this?
Something somebody didn't want us to find. What is it?
Some kind of fish.
We're talking about a fish.
Well, how about we stop talking about it? Some kind of fish.
Well,
how about we stop talking about it? Who are all the people in this photo?
Not sure, but our eyes have all been crossed out.
Felix 吗？谁啊？当 Puppy 哦。
That photo is important. I'm sure.
It's a wooden pin hung up.
Looks like there's a couple of things missing from it.
Oh no! No! 是侦探。
Not sure. Our eyes have all been crossed out.
侦探不是来这边调查的吧？
They call this
What would you call it?
of doom. An incinerated silver.
Is there anything
It's
left?
mostly ash. Yeah, there's something.
Oh no! Oh.
Coffee table. I'm gonna say
Someone complacent enough to leave their notebook lying around.
你们大使终于找到了，不能说你们有多乐观，但多少也失望。不过他们比其他人好多少？到底颇久没有东西，怎么他竟然什么都拿到手了
someone's been using this room.
Those
Some of them are.
At least they're all
Are
empty.
you sure that's a good thing? Centipede. How many
Too
legs?
many.
I don't get it. This room is in the original. Nowadays, it's some.
It's not a secret to at least one other
The
person.
way the notebook was left makes me think it's someone.
Whoever it was, they left. There's a whole design process. Feels like someone put.
It's a shame there are things missing. I'm betting it.
That might not be impossible.
Oh no！ 弗雷亚，不会吧？
The painting from Freya's room. Did Freya design Detective Hawkshaw?
I don't think that's why Freya made that painting. But as for those sketches of Hawkshaw, I don't think Freya actually drew them. It was somebody else.
Doesn't exactly narrow it. Should we go ask?
I'm not sure. We still don't know what's...
Another photograph.
Their faces are all crossed out with some kind of black ink.
That's weird.
So?
No, I mean, something I just realized. Sally, did we meet any of...
Well, the woman on the left looks a little like Poppy, but her style is way different. And at first I thought the guy on the top right was Felix, but now that I look at it, I don't think it is him.
Was someone trying to hide it?
I don't know, but it looks incomplete to me. I want to know what happened to the rest of it. Where are the other parts?
We found them already.
Oh no！ 有人在搞。
What do you make of it?
Not sure. Let's keep an open mind.
You don't think the crossbow is the murder weapon?
Oh no, the crossbow is definitely the murder weapon. But that doesn't mean we've solved the mystery.
All right, break out the notebook. Time to put it all together.
Let's start with this. It's an arrow for the crossbow, and it matches Freya's wound. It's the murder weapon. I'm sure of it.
Despite the fact it doesn't have any blood on it, and it wasn't found anywhere near the crime scene.
Mm-hmm. It was cleaned, then it was hidden. I don't think anybody expected us to get down to that room at the bottom of the lake.
Okay, so Freya was shot by a crossbow. Where was it fired from?
上方
It was fired from above Freya.
Above, huh?
Yeah, our diagram doesn't show everything. Let's add in the rest of the crime scene.
The attic.
Perfect hiding place. We even found a part of the murder weapon up there. The reel was used to pull the arrow back up through the crack in the floorboards.
Explains why we never found a weapon at the crime scene, I guess.
The murderer must have dropped the reel in the attic. I'm guessing they were in a hurry to escape.
Wait, the arrow was fired through the crack in the floorboards?
Yeah, it's directly above where Freya was found lying on her back.
Nope, doesn't add up. It would have missed her if she was still standing up by the painting.
Ah, right.
Unless Freya was already lying on her back before the arrow was fired.
I think so too. She'd fallen unconscious.
Something in the room caused Freya to fall unconscious.
The gramophone.
Right.
But the gramophone by itself can't do that.
There was something in the gramophone.
Mm-hmm. Something small. Pointer's research says it can emit an incredibly loud hiss when it feels threatened. Poppy and Fitz both said they heard a loud noise around the time of the murder. Neither of them had any idea what it was.
This seems a little far-fetched. Is it really loud enough to knock someone out?
No, I don't think so, not by itself. But don't forget, it was being amplified by the shape of the gramophone. Now, I don't think we're purely talking about volume either. It might just be a particular type of frequency.
This is getting kinda scientific. Since when do you know anything about the effects of weaponized audio frequency?
I don't, but I think someone else does. Do you remember that statue we found in the music room? The hornet's playing. It's a pretty similar shape to the one on the gramophone. That broken glass isn't there on accident. This is someone's science experiment.
Thinking about it, Pointer said he saw Flora was knocked out too. I guess they were both in range of the noise, although Pointer might have been lying.
Personally, I think he was telling the truth about that. It's pretty clear a powerful frequency did pass through Flora's tower. Caused quite a bit of damage too. Those cracks didn't appear out of nowhere. Freya's paints, the pink cassette tape, and the gramophone itself, they all sustained similar damage while they were in that room.
That's some seriously powerful vibration, enough to crack metal, enough to knock someone out all the way across a room.
Yeah, that's the one thing I don't get. If the frequency was so powerful and had such a big range, how did the murderer pull it off? Wouldn't they have been in range too? Think about it. They can't have been much further away from the gramophone than Flora was.
好恶造。
They protected themselves.
How?
These are some pretty heavy-duty earmuffs. I think they'd be enough to block out the sound.
Right. Let's go over everything from the start. 1. Freya is painting Flora's portrait. They're listening to music on the gramophone.
2. The murderer is hiding in the attic, wearing earmuffs.
3. The golden beetle starts to emit its hissing noise.
Hold on. How did it know?
The beetle?
Yeah. What triggered it at that particular moment? Pointer's research said it makes the noise when it feels threatened.
I'm not sure. Maybe something in the music?
Maybe.
4. Freya and Flora are both knocked unconscious by the vibrations. Freya lands on her back. She drops the brush and palette by her side.
5. The murderer fires the crossbow directly downwards.
6. The arrow is pulled back up on the reel.
7. The murderer leaves the attic, presumably.
8. The door is kicked down. Fitz and Poppy enter the room.
that's it. There's something bothering. I just want to check. Let's go back to the crime scene.
刚刚有 Flora 死掉了。
The answer is in the painting. I'm sure of it. And it's dark.
The plant, it's in the book.
What?
Look.
孤有树哦，哎，不对，这跟这什么关系？什么意思？
I can see the stars.
The answer is in the painting. I'm sure of it.
Yeah, 我有点笨。
And it's dark.
The plant, it's in the
What?
book. Look.
是啊，我要怎么互动？我知道它是孤有树，但
The answer is in the painting. I'm sure of it.
啊，另外一个啦。
I can see the stars. I can see the stars. I can see the stars.
不是，我不要叫你看星，我是叫
The
你看。
answer is in the painting. I'm
这
sure
边还有
of
一
it.
颗，可是这我要怎么按？啊？
The answer is in the painting. I'm sure of it.
Ah, 这吧？是啊。Answer is in the painting. 这里啊？不是吗？
Freya, did you leave us a clue?
"干，我比较笨呢，到底是怎样？哎，这个是金。
So what's bothering you?
Something that's not here. The thing we didn't find. We know she was holding it during the painting.
Flora's ink dip feather?
It was here. In this room. Where'd it go?
We found it somewhere else. We were a little too late to save it.
So it was stolen from the crime scene. And ended up in the incinerator down in the study.
Someone wanted to destroy it, I guess.
But how? How was it stolen from up here in Flora's tower?
Presumably, Flora dropped it when she fell unconscious.
Yeah, and then what? The murderer couldn't have stolen it if they were up in the attic.
So the question is, how could they steal something from a room they weren't able to access? The final clue about the crime scene. Freya left it for us right here. It's in the unfinished painting. It's not quite a photo, but still, it's an image of the crime scene recorded just before the murder. If only she'd finished it. And then
It's true she never that she did intend.
Painting?
We know more about the painting than what Freya actually got down on the canvas. Freya prepared all the colors she was going to need. The yellow paint, almost. Maybe 'Yellow paint was going to be used to paint the sketch of something sitting in the window.
something in the window.
That's not it.
等一下，我有点摸不着头绪。鸟吗？哦
There she is, our little thief.
How long has it? Did it here?
She did. But she's a very good listener.
哎，
Well, now, I think this has quite served its purpose, don't you?
Penny, why did you...
It's Penelope, if you don't mind. But before we begin, isn't there a certain formality demanding our attention? I'm afraid I have to insist. It's to the benefit of us all. Lovely. Now, tell me, what was it that drove you this far? I'm ever so curious.
I just need to know
Is that right?
Why did you do it, Penny? What did Freya do to you?
Absolutely not.
So, what?
Freya Fellow was an inspiration to us all. She was possessed of a great energy, the volition to create something from nothing, the willpower to walk beyond her boundaries. She was truly free, everything I couldn't be.
You know what? I just realized I actually have no idea who Penelope Pointer really is.
Weird, isn't it? Considering we've met her, what is it, 3 times now?
Exactly. How do we know this one isn't a disguise too?
You think you've already hollowed us out, don't you? Only a few short hours at Tangle Tower, and you feel like you've got everything sussed.
感觉都坑出来了。
Every single one of our secrets, nothing but bullet points for your notebook. Go on, indulge me. What does it say in your notes about Penelope Pointer? Suppose I can't argue with that, can I?
Penny, we only know what you choose to tell us, so why not help us out?
Very well. Penelope Pointer is actually not very important at all. She pales in comparison to those who came before her and to those that came after. Living at Tangle Tower, it is very difficult to attain the levels of self-realization you probably take for granted.
You sure this is a Tangle Tower thing, and not a you thing?
Perhaps you didn't notice. Not one of them is happy. Not one.
So why stay? Why not just leave?
I thought she did leave. Penny, you said you traveled, didn't you?
没有。
I did. Many times I've walked away. It did not help me. You saw the family tree hanging in the grand hall, did you not?
Yeah, it lists a bunch of people who don't live here anymore.
A bunch of people who don't live here anymore. I couldn't have put it better myself. My mother, for one. My father, too. The other two Remingtons. Poppy's mother, Primrose. And her brother, Richard.
And Fitz's father.
That's 5. 5 people that might have lived here, but don't.
And that was the first question I wanted answered.
You wanted to know where they'd all gone?
More than that. I wanted to know if I belonged with them. I have no place here. Not among the Fellows, the Remingtons, or the Pointers. But I felt there must be a reason why everyone else left. Some common purpose they all shared. Perhaps it could be my purpose, too.
So, what did you actually do about it?
Nothing I could do, at first. Nobody would tell me anything. The more questions I asked, the fewer answers I got. Then, I found it. I was 19. Same age Freya is now.
Found what?
Huh? 这里要学什么？得了吧？
The attic.
Wait, I'm confused.
Then, I found it. I was
Found what?
不吧？
The study. It's right
I'd
next.
hear voices at night. Deep ones. And the strangest thing, the wall behind my bed would get incredibly hot. For hours on end. The paint would peel. Wallpaper wouldn't stay up. I thought I was cursed. I thought it was something trying to break through. Eventually, I couldn't take it anymore. I found my way in the same way you did. Once you know it's there, it's simple.
So, you got into the study and found the incinerator. That must have been a relief, right?
It was still warm when I found it.
所以有人在运作。
Then, I looked inside. Let's see how thorough you've been. Tell me, do you know what a misted is?
Misted?
Mistids? Sure, yeah.
You're more observant than I thought.
Sorry, what are we talking about?
嗯，
It's
我
a
知道。
collective term from before my time. Birds, insects, amphibians, anything living off the lake water. The mutation can take several generations, or it can happen overnight.
Wait, mistids. Like cryptids. Like Bigfoot or whatever.
A little egregious, isn't it? I suspect that was an intentional parallel. The main difference being mistids are perfectly real. They're just kept secret. Or at least, that was the original plan. As it happened, some got out. Quite a few got out.
How do you know all this?
When I entered the study at 19, I found a single object that rather changed my life. Something which answered my questions while at once creating all new ones. The 5 missing family members standing together as a single unit, calling themselves the ambassadors of Misted Mansion.
So, the house was renamed from Misted Mansion to Tangle Tower?
And rightly so. The age of Misted Mansion is long past. When I looked inside the incinerator on my first visit to the study, I found nothing but ash. The afterimage of a bygone era denied to me in its entirety. The study, the room at the bottom of the lake itself, all empty shells. I felt my only hope lay with the ambassadors. If I could find them, maybe they'd share the family history that Flora and the others were trying so hard to forget.
how did you track them down?
It was tough. They'd taken almost everything. Books, maps, charts, the creatures themselves, all lost, taken away or destroyed. But I got lucky. I got a lead. I found one, and he led me to the rest.
And what happened? Why'd you paint out all their faces?
They didn't help you either, did they?
19-year-old me had imagined they'd all left with a mission, a unified purpose, but they hadn't. They were, in fact, every bit as fractured as the people that still live here. Most of them had left tracking escaped mystids. Some claimed to be researchers, others little more than hunters. All 5 completely useless to me.
Even your own parents?
Eventually, I returned to Tangle Tower. I had nowhere else to go. I considered giving up. But instead, I made a decision. There was only one person at Tangle Tower still of interest to me. My dear Uncle Pointer had suddenly made a show of taking up astronomy. A fairly superficial charade. I don't think many people were fooled by it. But I knew it wasn't just a falsehood. It was a mask. Pointer had found something from the era of Misted Mansion.
So where did he get the beetle?
I cannot be sure, but I theorize that he received it in the post.
In the post? From who?
Who can say? Someone outside Tangle Tower. But the thought that he would be in contact with such a person, all that time, I decided to take what was owed to me.
So you stole it.
Stealing the beetle turned out to be only the first step. Upon realizing it was gone, Pointer made little effort to disguise his frustration. I asked what was bothering him. He foresaw no risk in sharing a little of the truth with his niece. He told me he'd lost a rare treasure, something he'd been keeping safe. I suggested, innocently, that perhaps it was not lost. Perhaps it had been stolen. He was very ready to believe he'd been the victim of theft. When I offered to call in a private detective, he jumped on the idea. She arrived the next day. Hawkshaw prides herself on her punctuality, as you know.
Why, though? Why go through all that? The name, the costume, and everything?
It's somewhat sad to admit, but I had little use left for Penny Pointer as she was. Hawkshaw afforded me new advantages, opportunities.
But didn't you have to pretend to be working for Professor Pointer?
Well, that was one of the advantages. Pointer was in such a desperate state, he was finally willing to share some of his secrets. On the second day, Hawkshaw explained she needed to be able to search the secret laboratory. Pointer gave in and gave me the code for the harp statue. Reluctantly, but still.
So, you stole Pointer's research?
I would have done, if I'd found anything worth stealing. But he had made remarkably little progress, barely scratching the surface of the beetle's true mystery.
Which is?
It carries an exoskeleton approximately 90% identical to gold. But it's not the 90%
剩下的
I'm
那一
interested
层。
in. Did you ever question what exactly makes the water here so unique? Before Misted Mansion was built over the lake, before the lake was even a lake, Lord Remington and his wife built a small structure here, a research station, supposedly. Fast forward 2 or 3 generations, and as you saw for yourself, it's been mostly cleared out.
The ambassadors took everything when they left.
And everything they didn't take was burned in the incinerator. However, possessing additional insight, I found something the others had missed. It's not much, but I have what I need.
So why isn't this the end of the story? Why did you stay? Why did you kill Freya?
Ah, 拜拜，我要回家了，我已经掉到水。
Simply put, Freya was too good for me. It's my fault. I pushed her over the edge, unknowingly, but still, I take the blame.
What are you talking about?
Did you know I based the design for Hawkshaw on something Freya painted?
That almost, but it's not right. That's not right.
That's not it.
哦，不对，这个吧。
That's right. I had assumed it was purely abstract. I just thought it had a good energy. I later discovered it was a figure of some kind, something from Freya's recurring nightmare. For all her vitality, I think Freya was probably the most troubled of all of us. She was desperate to leave Tangle Tower, but she couldn't just walk away. For quite some time, she'd been trying to break into Pointer's laboratory. Freya and her friends were halfway through deciphering those symbols on the harp statue, I believe.
Why did she care about getting into Pointer's lab?
That's exactly what I wondered. At first, I thought perhaps she just wanted to free the beetles. She has a fondness for them. What Pointer was doing upset her significantly. But in fact, I think it was something else. I think she wanted to free Fiona. The real reason Freya was unable to leave Tangle Tower is that she could not get Fiona to agree to come with her. We're now firmly in the realm of speculation, but I think Freya felt that exposing the darker secrets of Tangle Tower, not just to the rest of the family, but to the world, would compromise all three families, and perhaps, somehow, free Fiona from the shackles of her inheritance. That was her plan anyway, but something happened before Freya could find her way into Pointer's laboratory.
She found her way into your study, found your notes, found that photograph. I'm willing to bet she put it all together quicker than we did.
So she worked out what had happened to the 5 ambassadors. Specifically, what you'd done to them when they refused to help you.
Freya had made a promise to paint Flora as a birthday gift, a parting gift no less. She'd be in a locked room, several hours away from her friends. It was my best chance.
But why hide in the attic? And why bother with the beetle at all?
The beetle in the gramophone wasn't for Freya. It was for Flora. She didn't deserve to be involved. She suffered enough. I couldn't get Flora out of the room, but if she could be unconscious, then she wouldn't have to witness anything.
It was what's up,
Why the
Freya.
knife? The illusion of the painted knife with the blood.
That was for Fiona. And Poppy too, I suppose. Gave them something to focus on.
You mean it distracted them while you made your escape?
It helped them cope. The very idea of something abstract, something supernatural. I believe it made things marginally less painful for them, initially. Worked on you, too.
So why are you still here? Why not take your first chance and leave?
Well, I've been waiting for an opportunity to get my beetle back. I'd really rather not leave without it.
Wait, it's still here?
It's still inside the gramophone.
靠腰哦。你这坏鸟鸟！
What's going on?
Poppy, they are both
I
awake.
can see.
You two, all
My
right.
head hurts.
You
What
were both
happened?
unconscious. 14 minutes by my count.
Really?
You're both fine. No injuries.
Was it the beetle? In the gramophone? I heard it through the ceiling in my room.
The exact same sound we heard before the murder.
I guess it must have been.
So how did we get down here? What happened to Penny?
Fitz saved both of you. obviously.
When I reached Flora's tower, you were both unconscious, and Penny was crouched down beside you. She had her crossbow on her, but who knows? She may have just been checking you were both asleep.
Did you know that she was the murderer?
Poppy and Fifi suspected her. Apparently, they were pretty close to solving it themselves.
Fitz did not want to believe us, because he liked Penny. A lot.
But what happened?
为什么找到芭比这
What did
里
she do when she saw you?
She jumped out the window.
What? Did she survive?
She did.
I heard something land in the garden outside my
等一下
room. 'But by the time I got out there to check, she was already gone.
Hang on. Poppy, why do you have Penny's hat bird?
She left him behind. I found him sitting on the floor in the aviary, all by himself. Poor little thing. The mean lady didn't care about you at all, did she? No, she
所以
didn't.
他活的。
Apologize. Poppy seems to be under the illusion that the bird can understand human language.
So, Penny got away.
I'm afraid she did.
We had suspected she might try to escape. I was stationed here by the lake's edge. I proved to be an ineffective guard. She took the boat.
Did she take the beetle with her?
Nope,
How do you know?
because it's right here.
It was still in the gramophone. I guess I scared her off before she had a chance to take it.
Poppy, what are you going to do with it? Are you going to give it back to your father?
No, I'm not. It doesn't belong to anyone. So, I'm going to put it on the ground and never bother it again. I think that's what she would have wanted.
结束了，太突然了吧？等一下，等一下啊！好啦，是有完整的叙述整个故事，但好像少了点什么，好像很多坑都还没补起来。应该说为什么那个湖泊他们是来探究什么的？他们湖泊原本这样子形成吗？主要杀弗雷亚联又是什么啊？我不知道杀菲欧娜。我觉得 Point 教授最衰，请了一个不知道谁，阿紫你又不见了，侦探也不见，啊，甲虫也没找到。哦，这些是角色的画廊。好，过关啦，各位。第一集4小时，直接过关，谢谢大家。好，先这样了，拜拜。